Hello, y'all. A bit of a false start on this here stream. We had some issues. This is like the second attempt to get it all to get this running. Turns out this old microphone started sounding really bad all of a sudden on the new PC. Doesn't appear to be a problem caused by the new PC on account of I took the other identical microphone that I have over at the desk and I put it over here, and that has having just no issues whatsoever now. So go figure, new PC, perfect time for things that have been working to get all screwy. People in chat while I've been setting up have noticed other such issues that have been cropping up. Things I hadn't yet set up on the new PC. It turns out. Game audio? Where's game audio? Speaking of things, where the hell is the game audio? I'll fix that. Give me a second. Hello, Denim Dot Man. Sorry, I am thrown off by this stuff. Let me get the game audio up. We should be hearing it. What the hell? New PC. Please. Please, new PC. I know you can't hear it. I can't hear it either. It's a very concerning thing. Christ. The last stream I did was all on the PC, so, that was a whole different thing. Let me see here. HDMI audio. It should be from the capture thing. Okay. Christ almighty. Can I just let me check? Maybe I can make it so that the audio just comes in through this thing. Use custom audio device. There we go. Okay. Oh, I think it might have been also just frozen. I think it might have been frozen as well. That might have been part of the audio being down. We were hearing it earlier before the microphone got all silly. Go figure. Right, okay. We're golden. I think other than that, there's gonna be no issues this stream. Folks, let me tell you what we're doing here. You switching to YouTube bingo, that's fine. That's none of my business. Let me tell you what we're doing here. Thank you for the follow. That was Floofleton. Let me tell you what we're doing here. New PC, some technical issues, yes. But also, two little things. Floof, that's good. I can do that, yeah. First off, viewer levels. That's obviously the main attraction here, the main thing. We're going to go through all these viewer levels. We're going to play them. We're going to give them the full time of day if you're here. And if you're not, we're going to do them in sudden death, which is to say we spend less time on them, a limited amount of lives in that case. But also, it is just after the end of the year, and I have some Game of the Year, Anime of the Year type lists that I want to show. At par, you know what full time a day means. Full time a day means 15 minutes plus 5 last tries if that's not enough. Yes, the full time a day. That's what constitutes full time a day. Anyway, I have sort of a awards gimmick for this stream. I'm gonna show off some category awards in the way that I usually do cards, as well as Game of the Year, Anime of the Year, and Film of the Year lists. So, bit of a gimmick for tonight. Hopefully a good time. I'll also say, right up top, you're finally early enough to actually give you hard levels. Fantastic, Bingo. I appreciate that. I'm really glad to see it. I'll also say, little note about the schedule going forward. next Monday, my new job starts after being between jobs for the last 3-4 months. So that's fun. My thoughts. That's nice. I love traditional levels, Floof. I'm thinking right now. My previous schedule has been for ages. Has been Monday, Thursday, Friday. But moving forward, I'm going to be hybrid, meaning I'm not going to be working from home every day of the week. So next week is going to be a weird week, so I am going to do a regular 3 streams. It's going to be kind of a just training stuff week, and most of that will be from home, so I don't have to worry. I can absolutely put on a Thursday stream and a Friday, but I am thinking going forward, I might have to switch up my streams so that they're on the nights that I work from home, maybe, depending on like how long it takes me to get to home, how long it takes to start things up. And I also am thinking of just moving down to 2 streams a week, a playthrough, and a Friday viewer level stream. So maybe a Monday, Friday thing, maybe a Tuesday, Friday schedule. We'll see. No, nothing firm yet. We'll see how this feels, and if I am happy with how work is going and balancing levels and stuff, or balancing streams and stuff. Hello, Shag. If I am finding that like I can manage 3 streams a week while working hybrid, you know, going to an office 3 days a week, then I might move back up to 3 streams a week. But I am thinking after next week, maybe moving down to 2. We go them in order, random SMM2 fan. Don't worry about it. The other thing is, I got some gimmicks today. I got a gimmick today. You can look at the list, that's right. Awards. It is the end of the year. The end of the year came and went, in fact. And I like to do some Game of the Year type stuff, Anime of the Year type stuff, some lists, as well as some like random award category type things. And what I'm going to do is, between levels, like I always do, I'm going to pull cards, but these cards will have categories on them. And then I will say like, and the winner is, and I'll pull another card, and on that card will be written the winner. And there'll also be the overall Game of the Year list, overall Anime of the Year list, and 5 Films of the Year list. I'll say for films, I didn't watch enough films. I feel like my Films of the Year list is always a little bit light, and I feel like this year, it's quite light. I'm sorry to say, I didn't watch enough good films. I feel like I feel a little sheepish, going like, yeah, well, I didn't watch 5 films better than that one, so it's on the list. It's all right. It's pretty good. Anyway, that's what the structure of tonight is going to entail. But also, I'm going to be playing y'all's levels. I'm going to be going through them. Warp World really needs to load on my phone. Why is not it loading? I do the Warp World through my phone. I need to sign in. The phone has not changed. I guess it's just weird. Always makes you log in to do a thing. God, Authenticator app. Annoying. Alright, let's go ahead and get the first level up. First level from the Twitch is Alter for Walter. I'm gonna just do the message, but I do think, you know, first person of the night gets a pass as far as attendance go. You know, you were here when there was nothing in queue, and I always think that warrants, you know, consideration. That's right. 5th or 6th from the top. You got it, Alter. Let's go. I'll also say, again, I just got a new PC. It's quite nice and quite powerful, but there are some, you know, some stuff that, upon setting up, is not quite right. I'll work on getting that up to speed in as best a manner as I can in the coming weeks, and the coming, you know, coming streams, but, you know, I'm happy with it. I'll tell you, it performs a lot better than my old PC, and it's giving me, relatively, a lot less trouble. Still some trouble, but less than my previous. And of course, it's very powerful, so it can handle anything without performance issues. Let's see. You want the 5th or 6th from the top? Let's see. We already did the 5th, so the 3D World Power-Up Challenge then. Fantastic. Let's go. I'll also say, as far as other things go, I did a bit of an Xmas gift exchange since the last stream, which was on, which the last stream was on, by the way, the last stream was... Oh, this is an interesting way to do do this whole thing. It's a one-way thing, so you can only go through once, but, you know, once you go through, you're stopped from going back in. That's really neat. Neat way to, handle that. Did I just screw up by doing that? I don't think I did. Oh! I did screw up by going in there, though. Had a bit of a delay as far as Xmas stuff goes. But was finally able to do that, like, yesterday. There was some medical issues in the family. Finally was able to do that yesterday, and it went, quite well. Went quite well. I'll go into detail on that later, as I am wont to do. You know, I got an order. These cards go. You know how I do. Very cool level so far. I like it. I should hit that thing. That'll destroy that thing. Go through there. Thought for a second that would be like a, you know, get through the thing fast thing. What? Oh, okay. Good variety of, like, depowering things. Clever. Want to go through a different thing each time, obviously. I'll say I do have a lot of cards for tonight. Since I did do a stream last you know, on New Year's Day, I did get through a bunch of the stuff that I wanted to talk on. A lot of stuff that I wanted to cover as far as, like, you know, I talked about all the anime that I finished, like, last week, which there were a lot of them because the season had, you know, just ended. But there is still a lot to talk about today, again. Like, anime of the year, game of the year type things, and the new season of anime has started, so expect a bunch of that later on. How about we do one of those awards? We're like halfway through this. Just gonna pause real quick and show you what these awards are like. That sound good? The award for Best Credits goes to Best Credits. Thought this was a fun category. There were some games that sort of justified it because they had credits that were actually quite interesting and quite good. The award, it goes to Super Mario Bros. Wonder, which has a delightful, very interactive credit sequence, which I think might be among the best credits in any game ever. As far as, like, interaction, as far as, like, being a best of the whole damn game, like, amazing. Runner up there, WarioWare, which isn't as complicated, but is also quite fun in a neat little interactive way. That's how these awards are gonna go. I'm gonna explain the category for like a second, and then I'm gonna say who won it. There's 5 of those. I prepared 5 of those, which I'll say is not unusual. I actually do like to do that, like, every year. It's just that I historically have not had those be on stream every time I did them. Good. We should really, like, duck to avoid the thing. See if that's, just keep the power up. Then again, I think this is gonna be the last. Or, rather, this is the last one we need, so we'll be able to finish it from here. So long as we don't screw it up, which we did not. Cool level. I liked, the variety of, you know, liked all the variety of different, power-up challenges. Oh, there's one more. No key death? Yeah, that'd be bad if you died. You can't set it up so that that's not a problem if it's based on an on-off, rather than, you know... There's levels that I made a level that did it this way, and I've also seen levels that did it where, there's a segment after, and if you die, it's not a problem, but, you know, so long as it's relatively easy to get through, it's not really a problem. Thank you, Alter for Walter. That was, quite good. I had a great time. Let me end that timer and hit complete, which is still a manual process due to issues with the, you know, the thing. I think maybe that timer might be a little long for the complete thing. Whatever. That's fine. Lord Bowser is up next. Lord Bowser, you know what to do. In the meantime, I am going to do another award. Like I said, I got 5 of these, so 4 left. And then some lists. Best digging ability. This year, I felt like it had some really good, bespoke digging abilities. You know, there's been years that have been characterized by grappling hooks. I kind of felt like this year was characterized by digging abilities. In a way. That said, I don't know that I can think of necessarily more than like 2 or 3, but those 2 or 3 are in some of the best games of the year, so, you know, they're worth honoring. And the winner goes to Tears of the Kingdom for its Ascend ability, which I would consider a digging ability. I did find it to be, like, very inventive, very, like, revolutionary, and novel in a way that I don't think I've seen, you know? It's the kind of idea that, like, makes complete sense once you see it, and makes you think, like, God damn, you could do a lot. I wouldn't be surprised if, like, Ascend is suddenly in 100 games in, like, 2 years, right? I guess I say that, like, Magnesis and the Breath of the Wild abilities were not in 100 games, but they damn well could be, and Ascend could be a breakout thing. I'll also say I thought that the drill ability in Mario Wonder was the second best. Really good ability, and I like how it had, like, a spike helmet thing going on. Lord Bowser, please confirm. And if Lord Bowser's not here, we'll do sudden death, which means 2 tries, refreshing at checkpoints. Less, you know. Just say the word, Lord Bowser, and I will upgrade you to full. You know the deal. You know the thing. A timer. The Super World probably will be able to do it. Hello, Simon. You're gonna want to do exclamation point add and then your code. Also, please put dashes between the letters, or else the bot is going to get confused. And you'll still be in queue, but it won't have the code properly entered on it. It's a bit weird. I wish that they would fix this. This is the bot that works on YouTube, so, or I was able to get working on YouTube. Doesn't really work out of the box on YouTube, but was able to manage it. Also works on Twitch and has the same troubles on Twitch, so don't worry, it's not a YouTube issue. It's just a little bit weird in some respects. Yeah, thank you, Apar, for instructing Simon. Yeah, dashes. Excellent. Perfect, perfect, perfect. I think we'll be able to get through this clean. I think we might have already done so. Well, this is a bonus. Gotta take this chance. This is a very nice vertical level, Lord Bowser. I think you have every right to be proud about it. You have every right to be proud about any level. Lord Bowser, I'll say, Lord Bowser is a regular, you know, he's been here like dozens of times. Sometimes he has to like focus on getting his own thing up. And also, I will admit, we did have a very long setup this time due to technical issues. So I understand he had to go somewhere, I think I'll be able to manage, though. So far, so good. Again, you know, I don't mind playing a level of someone who isn't present at this second. It's just that we need somewhat of a compromise between that and the people who are here. So that's why there's the sudden death rule. You know, it's fun. Also, multiple reasons why I like to do it. Good boom boom. That was a very pleasant boom boom. Great level, Lord Bowser was able to get through unscathed. I'm going to hit complete. And let's go ahead and get the next level up by a par, who just said GG, doesn't even need any sort of prompting. Fantastic. Let's go ahead and pop into that level. I can see that the messages are working on the in chat, so that's good. Also, I can see you here, Par. Hello, how you doing? Hello, Aaron's Bats. How you doing? You can always check the list if you're curious how long you'll be. Sort of a late start tonight. Again, technical issues. Very sorry about that. New PC, but also, I don't think the issues with this microphone were related to the new PC. Very strange. Go figure. You know, we take a multiple week break and things start falling apart, I guess. Thank you for the follow, Aaron's BST. Ghost, GG. It's a very, very hard speedrun level. Okay, let's get those things left. We'll have a full thing. Next category I have here for this award gimmick. The award for most in need of a Switch release goes to, you know, these are for the game that I want most to be released on Nintendo Switch. That I want most and I think needs to be released. Here's what I decided the winner should be. The winner is Pizza Tower. Pizza Tower, hell of a game, great 2D platformer. Right up there on my list of games of the year, which you'll see later. And one that I had to play on the PC because it's not out on Switch yet. And I do believe when it does come out on Switch, people are going to be very, very, very happy because it is a hell of a game. Perfect Switch. Perfectly suited for the Switch. Random, you can only add one level at once, so if you were to do that, you would have to replace your own level. Unless you have a different account. Oh, you are going to replace. Oh, wow. That's very kind of you, Random. That's very kind of you, Random. Mr. Beast 3, Run, Run, Run is the next level. Diddy Kong Racing is my runner-up. I know that this is, you know, I know that that is not a current game, but I do think Diddy Kong Racing will be great once it hits N64 Online. Oh, you're a par. Gotcha. I think that'll be great, on account of, you know, Diddy Kong Racing will be very cool as a thing. That's a good question, Aaron's Bats. Why didn't the thing respond to you? Are you in the queue? Let me see. Confirm for you real fast. That's bizarre. No, it doesn't look like you are, but that message looks perfectly good. I don't know why Warp World Bot didn't respond to you. It responded to Cookie Man SMM2. That's bizarre. Can you give it a moment? Maybe it was like responding to another message when you tried to add, because that's a thing that can happen. If like it was busy with say the list command before that, or the cookie command before that. Try again in like a couple seconds. Okay. Let's go ahead and do this one. Yeah. Perfect. Okay, you got in. Yeah, that's a... What the fuck is this? That's a drawback of Warp World, is that it sometimes get jammed if multiple people are putting in commands at once.
Oh no!
Figure out how that goes. Ah, ba, 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 ba. Was that more than 3?
Oh.
Try that again, Bingo. That looked like more than 3. Why would it be more than 3?
Oh no!
Oh, I know why it was more than 3. Ha 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 ha. I increased the price of them, so that caused the amount of Pikmin thrown to increase by a factor of something or other. I need to fix that. Whatever, y'all get extra Pikmin for tonight. That's fine with that. What the fuck is this? Hey, how do you do this? Duck and jump? Yes! Okay. Your course name did not change? Make sure to put the dashes in. Make sure to put the dashes in. Make sure to put the dashes in. I thought that was working. I wonder if it just if the bot actually doesn't handle it right. I did have to do some scripting changes to make that work on the YouTube side, so I might need to test that more thoroughly. Okay, good. We got past the first. Oh, geez, this is a tight timer. Duck, jump, and press Z. Duck, jump, and press Z. That's almost a good name for a video. For a VOD. This is probably gonna be called like award show gimmick or something. Though. On account of that's, you know, more unique to this one than this stream than anything else here. What the hell? 3, 2. Come on! Let the thing be there! Let the thing be— No!
Oh no!
Oh, this is a tight timer. Okay, good, it worked? Okay, perfect. It was probably just the syntax, probably just not having the dashes in them.
Oh no!
Probably just having the thing. Ugh.
Oh no!
This is like the part of the Game Awards where they go a while between awards because, you know, they got ads to show, except this, you know, this is actually the main thing of the stream, the viewer levels. The awards is kind of a fun gimmick, which, to be fair, is also the case with the Game Awards. The Game Awards are not the main event there. The advertisements are. You know, that is just how it is.
Oh no!
Let's do this. We can get past that first jump.
Oh no!
The rest of it is not that hard. It's tight, but it's not hard. Exactly.
Oh no!
So, get past the first things, and then you changed your name to Mr. Beast 3? Funny. That's— I know he's like a very famous YouTuber man. Or Is he on Twitch as well? I don't know. I think he's mostly just like a not like a... I don't know if he streams, but he's like a very popular YouTuber that does like gimmick videos that are very expensive and and like produce the hell out of. I watched a few video essays that kind of covered the fella Mr. Beast. I've never actually seen any of his videos. Kind of an interesting thing. Kind of sounds like he's not really the type of video that I personally like to watch. I kind of find that personally, I like, I think I've seen like videos that are like his, and I kind of find that they're a little bit overproduced. You know, like, if I'm watching a video and there's just like sound effects every 2 seconds, and like, apparently, judging from this video essay that I saw, it sounds like people who are doing like that sort of like sound effects every 2 seconds type thing, they're kind of trying to be Mr. Beast, trying to like imitate him in a manner that is maybe not the best in the world, but I don't know, maybe people are into that. I like something a little more low-key myself, you know, a little more relaxed, but also dumb. I do like some dumb shit. Just, not necessarily something that's, like gonna give me a headache. I say that, a lot of the streamers that I like fuck around with stream alerts, where people pay money to have loud noises be played for, like, sometimes minutes at a time, which I think is funny. But the funny part is that everyone hates it, and, you know, everyone thinks it's just unpleasant, and you see, you know, the stream going like, oh, what the fuck are these Donkey Kong noises? What the fuck? Mario is screaming for a minute and a half. What the hell? And the streamer is, you know, he's reacting as well. It's a fun conceit. And distinct from, like, the, like, overproduction. Right, a duck and a jump. You're so right about DK SNES sounds. Oh, I'll say, like, these aren't, the particular sound alerts aren't, DK SNES sounds. They're DK64 sounds. Where it's just like, Donkey Kong going like, you know, stuff like that. And, it sounds vaguely sexual in nature. You know. You wanna see Toad? I can give you Toad. Oh, what? Should I have restarted there? You know what? I probably should restart if I get, like, hung up on anything, because I'm not gonna be able to finish unless I'm doing things perfectly. With Mario Maker 2, or Mario Maker 3, they should make it so that the death time is, like, a little shorter. I don't think it needs to be, like, near instant, but I do think it should be as fast to, like, go into the menu and start over as it is to just, die and restart. You know? I see people going into the menu sometimes to speed that shit up, and, I don't think it should be the most efficient. Where are those Pikmin? I don't see those Pikmin. That's weird. Did those Pikmin go off? Maybe they're just very, very delayed. If they don't appear, I'll hit that thing for you myself. Fuck. You saw him? Okay. I was just, I guess, very distracted. Very distracted by this so engaging level. Award! Another award! The award for best ongoing goes to, this is a pretty straightforward category, just the best ongoing game of the year. And for me, it's pretty straightforward. It's the one that I play, Marvel Snap. Played every day, continued to have done. It's lovely. I'll also say the runner-up, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, hell of a good year, a lot of great tracks, and also some very meaningful quality of life changes in the last updates, as well as Diddy Kong. Hey, Diddy Kong, Funky Kong, a lot of good additions to the roster this year, which was a lovely surprise since they didn't say any of that shit was coming. We got just one more category award. One more category award after this one. And then you'll get to see some lists. You know how lists work. I don't need to explain how lists... Fuck. I'm fucked, aren't I? I don't need to explain how lists work. It's been a nice, thing. I was gonna go into it. Let's... Anyway. Been watching a lot of video essays randomly on YouTube. You still think the BCP, the booster course pack, has a huge missed opportunity, Bingo? What exactly is your... What would you say that was? I mean, I'll say, like, it's runner-up. It's not, like, number one for me, but... What would you say was the missed opportunity? If I had to say, like, what missed opportunities Mario Kart 8 Deluxe had, I would say color. I would say, like, color variants for, like, all the racers. That would probably be, like, too impossible, but I think for, like, Mario Kart 9, if they ever do a Mario Kart 9, it'd be cool if there was, if you could do, like, custom colors for every character. Like you can for the Yoshis and the Birdos. Bingo says, Rainbow Roads. There's still a couple missing. Yeah, that makes sense. They probably should have had one of them. I'll say I really like the Bowser's Castle that was included in the last set. That was a really good Bowser's Castle. There wasn't anything from, Arcade GP. Yes, that's true. Nothing from the arcade game. Not updating old maps. There were some that were updated. Like the, Bowser's Castle one was a SNES one, and it was definitely like... It was definitely, like, way changed. Unless... Was that already updated in Tour? Might have been already updated in Tour. It is worth saying that in a lot of cases, a lot of these things are just, like... Originally adapted for Tour. Already updated for Tour. Okay, well, I didn't play that... I didn't play Tour for... I was about to say for that long. I did play it for a couple years, but I fell off before they added that track, so I guess that makes sense as something I wouldn't know. I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing to add tracks that are already remastered in Tour to Deluxe. People really like Deluxe, and, it's good to take those tracks where people aren't playing them and put them a place where people will play them. Did Tour is Tour shutting down or stopping getting updated sometime soon? Oh, I really like Sunset Wilds. I think that course is beautiful. I don't agree that it sucks. Is Tour still being updated? Or did it get like an end of service thing? I feel like it might have done, but I can't remember for sure. Of Marvel Snap. I'll say of Marvel Snap. They've been releasing one card a week, basically, for the last year. And that has just been a lovely cadence. Things keep on changing, and this year even, they've started, like, patching it and doing balance updates, like, once a week. Or, like, 3 times a month, which has been just keeping things interesting, like, all the time. It's been pretty phenomenal. That's why it's number 1, in addition to the fact that I fucking play it, so that's the one game that I play on the regular these days, other than Mario Maker, which no one could call ongoing. No one could call Mario Maker 2 ongoing. It's not in that category on account of it hasn't gotten an update in 3-4 years. 4 years? 5 years? Well, you know, it's still good though. You know. Boy, I hope when they do a Mario Maker 3, they keep updating it for longer. That would be nice. That said, you know, at this point, Mario Maker is pretty fleshed out to the point where you don't need to do that many things to have it be to like flesh it out. You know, the original Mario Maker didn't launch with the original Mario Maker didn't launch with checkpoints, and so you know it needed a lot. Timer's up. Time for 5 last tries. That's how it works when the timer runs out. Despite how bad, it's mostly flat. I like how flat it is. A flat course can be good. Did I forget to pop one off? Whatever. We'll not worry about that. If I get hung up, it's over because this is a tight thing. Tight timer. You're rating for BC4. Already updated tour. Bowser's Castle 4, right. This might be it! This is not it. Might as well finish it out. But, you know... We're barely gonna get into the second room. Let alone... No. Last try. Ah, fuck! And double fuck. Doesn't even look like I hit the guy there. This level does not seem fun. I'm gonna leave a like anyway because you know I like you know I'm you know. Thank you for the level. I appreciate it, regardless of what chat might say. I appreciate it. Thank you for putting that in. I'm gonna get that down, and let's go ahead and just dismiss. I did not finish it. Believe now. Bingo is up next. Bingo probably also with a hard one. It's probably the maker code. Bingo. Bingo is chatting. Perfect. Bingo is here. Joshua was the one who was talking earlier, right? Was that right, Apar? You gotta use exclamation point add to get it in, Joshua. Like, look at what others have been doing. Scroll up. Can you play a full level, a couple of levels until time runs out? I mean, I guess I could. I'll say Cookie Man. I'll say that for traditional levels, I do move on to the next level once I finish one. But there is going to be a time where we will start moving through this queue a lot faster once the lightning round starts, which will be in some time. Anyway, we got another award here. Let me just do it real quick. The award for most disappointing goes to... I will say, this award is for most disappointing. It is not for outright worst. Because there was a game I went in with like very little expectations for and found were terrible, 2 of them, which were Super Dungeon Maker and Clive and Wrench. Those 2 are probably the worst ones. There you go, Joshua. Very nice. Thank you, thank you. Those 2 are probably the are probably the worst ones, I will say. But for most disappointing games I went in with high expectations for, the award goes to Starfield. When they did the trailer for Starfield at E3, the big like hour-long presentation, I came out of that thinking it was looking really good, really impressive, really beautiful. And while it is a beautiful looking game, I had practically no fun playing it at all. Just, it was so boring. I was surprised. I came out of that initial trailer thing thinking like, well, goddamn, Starfield might be like up there with the Game of the Year games. And it's like, nowhere close. Like even the people that like it probably would not say it is anywhere near a top 10. And runner-up to Chia, I just bounced off that game real hardcore. It was just nothing to me. And because it was like marketed as like a Breath of the Wild type open world game, I was kind of worried out of that thing and like, oh, well, do I just not like this kind of game anymore? Tears of the Kingdom is just around the corner. And, well, it turned out Tears of the Kingdom was really good. And there was no concerns there, but Starfield. But in any case, was really disappointed when I got in on it. Those are the category awards. Hello, Braxy Maggie, how you doing? Those are the category awards. I got some lists, and then the awards gimmick will be over. Let's play, what should we play here? We should play, like, the latest challenge course that we haven't finished. How about we do, like, something nice? I haven't finished this latest one, Sunshine 20 Years Later. 1% clear rate. I think that might be better than a lot of the ones. Yes, I have cleared most of your levels. That's right, Bingabo. Only the hard ones are what's left. I don't think we played this one that often. I think I maybe played this one once. You gotta jump and stab. Jump and stab. Okay. Whoa! Some guys came out of the pipe as I was jumping onto it. What the hell? That's... Jesus. Yes, that's right. This is Corona Mountain. Not like the beer or the, I should jump on the pipe with the fire on it. Not like the beer or the disease. This is like the mountain in Super Mario Sunshine. Hell of a game. I love Super Mario Sunshine. Oh, there's gonna be a boss fight based on the thing. That's nice. Can't wait to see it. I wonder how you're gonna handle the boat. How is the boat gonna be handled? Oh, duh. It's gonna be a fucking dry bone shell. Obviously. Like, what am I even talking about? That's how you would do it in this game. Don't get hit? I'm trying, man. It's good advice. It's good advice regardless. It's gonna be a dry bones boat. What was I thinking? It'd be like on-off blocks or something? Or like some sort of contrived thingy where you have to like propel yourself by shooting an arrow backwards? Like, no, it's gonna be a fucking dry bones boat. And it's gonna be a lot more pleasant as a result than, you know, the source material. We need to not get hit, and we also need to, like, jump off a thing. You played Sonic Generations to get an idea on how to do this? I mean, it does come across. The boat is a 2.5D section. Wait, what does that mean? These fires are just throwing me for a loop. Once we're clear, we can stand for a second and wait. You'll steer your way through the boat to avoid the pillars. That is how the original game worked. I guess we'll find out. Okay. Just need to hold off for a second. What do these red coins represent? Fuck! The fire. Oh, it's, I see what you've done. Can I jump up there? No. We're not in last tries. It's still regular time. This level, I just need to be a little patient. Which, you know, I'll say is not my strong suit. Patience. I like to keep on trucking, you know? They're blue coins. Gotcha, okay. The permanent collectible that's just for fun. Famously. Well, it's for shine sprites, but you know, ones that don't do anything for you. Kind of... What was that? Did a guy come up below me and bop me up into the spikes? I don't like that that happened. Should we do one of the lists? You know what? Well, if we get like 7 minutes in, we'll do one of the lists, one of the award type lists. How's that sound? That sound good? That sounds fine. We had a bit of a late start tonight, so you know, don't expect the lightning round for a bit. It's probably gonna be, let's say, I don't know, 8:30. 8:30 might be a... Let's say 8:45. We'll say 8:30 for now, and we'll see how that feels as it comes closer. That's like an hour later than we usually do it, but we were really late to start due to technical issues. Yeah, that guy came up below me, and I bopped off him as I was coming off. Hello, Overkill, Overwatch, how you doing? Clear condition equals no checkpoint. I understand, yeah. That's a bummer, but what are you gonna do? The original did have a checkpoint, kinda, right? Like when you got to Bowser, that was itself a checkpoint. Charging your dash attack to avoid having an active hitbox. Wait, that removes your hitbox? The first section is the only janky part of the level. Good, good. I hope. Hoping for a first try Bowser. Why'd you make it so that the guys came out of pipes? Like, is the two that are on the pipe not enough? Whoa, I landed on the fire. I keep forgetting that that fire is there. Maybe I can jump over that fire and go directly to the thing after it. Let's try that, if I remember by the time we're over there again. Oh, God, fuck! You should have ran. Yeah, I should have. You just finished the level and realize you missed the thing. Hack together level bot, please add my level. You gotta, it's a bot. You have to do exclamation point add, and then your code. That is how you do it. Hello, YouTube viewer, Abamaste. I don't usually chat through the bot, by the way. It's just another account that I have that the bot runs through. Ooh, bombing the Wigglers. That's an interesting idea. Wait, no, that's gonna be bad because the fire. I need to get off the fire, like, right away. Can you jump while you're charging? I don't think you can jump while charging, right? So it's not like you charge and then you jump into a charge. That's just death. This stage not only is a remake, it's all about the timing. I need to jump. If someone on the YouTube side could explain to Abby Maste how this works, I should really just always put a message in chat pinned explaining how the thing works. Exclamation point add, and then your code. The bot is not a person. Or rather, it is not intelligent in that way. Also, you would need to give it your code in any case. Bot's a bot. But not like ChatGPT. Like a old-timey bot that responds to simple, commands in the chat. Perfect! Okay, first time over here, let's go. Someone explain to how that works. I would appreciate it if you did that. That would be nice. What is going on here? I don't know why that P is there, but... We need to not die. It is vitally important that we not die. What is that pipe? What is this door? How is there 12? I see only 4 here. You know, I'll say that's probably like the weirdest thing about YouTube viewer level streaming is that I think the thing is that like viewer level streams, I see viewer level streams are just so not a thing on YouTube. You have to always just have the basics explained. So I understand why people on the YouTube don't understand. Wait, did I go through the wrong door? Oh, I got the thing, I got the thing. Yeah! Yeah. Let me, go into the YouTube chat real fast and, just like, explain real quick. I don't have... Bingo, could you explain to Abamaste how this works? Just so I don't have to. That'd be great. Yeah, we beat it. Good shit. I'm very happy that was not so bad. You have... I'm typing with the on-screen keyboard. Someone can do this faster than I can, probably, to do... add, then the code. There you go. I have also seen a weird thing, at least on the YouTube side, where it seems like Japanese characters cause the bot to get all to miss those. Bingo, can you like use, or sorry, not Bingo, Abar, you can use your alt to like get in the Japanese viewer if you could, because it looks like the bot just doesn't do it. I've been meaning to fix that, but I just haven't had time to troubleshoot and figure out what the fuck. It's annoying, I know. It's annoying, I know. Complete. End timer. 1. Random. You are up. That is I believe random was entered on behalf of that other guy, right? Remind me in chat what the deal is with that. Y'all figure out, like, who needs to say a thing. Who needs to, if it was Joshua or if it was someone else. I think Joshua is just in queue now, so... Ugh. Sorry, Supa, Supa Kohei. There's an issue with, katakana and hiragana as far as the bot is concerned. I think it can't understand it. It sucks, but what am I to do? Yeah, Cookie, random SMM2's fan is on the other side. It's fine. It's a whole thing. I think Joshua has submitted. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna play the level. It's fine. But before we do, and let me just put this in chat so to do. I have this award gimmick thing that I've been doing. It's time to reveal the top 5 movies of 2023. I will say I didn't watch that many movies, so it was kind of a struggle to think of 5 that were good enough to be on a list. Here they are. I have at 5, The Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, which was a pretty great Guardians of the Galaxy movie. Probably better than the second one and not as good as the first one. I definitely feel of this one, I would have liked to have 5 movies that were better than it that I could include. I did consider putting the Mission Impossible movie over it, but I really don't like how the Mission Impossible movie and also the Fast and the Furious movies are like ended in cliffhangers without like properly advertising that they were half a movie. You know, that is a trend I don't like. If you're going to make a movie, have it be a complete movie, or say ahead of time like, oh yeah, this is a 2-parter. Like Avengers did. Avengers was the only one who successfully did that, like, ever, and everyone else is imitating Avengers without fucking doing the basic thing. Speaking of movies that aren't like complete, the Spider-Man movie is that, but it was also really, really damn good, so I guess I give it a little bit of a pass. It ends up making the grade at number 4. It is really cool, and I really liked seeing, like, the expanded world of Spider-Man dudes, but really don't like that trend. Looking forward to seeing how it ends this year. 3rd, I have the Mario movie, which is not, like, the best movie, but it was really fun, and I liked all the stuff that was in it that I recognized. Okay, here at number 2 and 1, I have 2 movies that I thought were great. I have at number 2, that is John Wick Part 4. Thought that was very fun. The action was really good. They had some new kinds of murder. I was impressed by it. I enjoyed it more than just, I think, 3 or 2, which is good enough to get number 2 on a year where I didn't see many movies that I really loved. That said, the one movie that I really, really loved this year, Sisu. Sisu is definitely my number 1 movie of the year. Hell of a thing. Just like an old man who gets assailed by Nazis, but it turns out he's the boogeyman. He's like a special agent a guy who has like a reputation. Basically, the plot of Sisu is a prospector finds gold, and then some Nazis decide they want to take it from him, but it turns out they're fucking with the wrong old man. This guy was like a commando so feared, he got like a nickname back in World War I, and he fucks up some Nazis, and they do it real fucking good. It's made by the same producers as John Wick, so it's damn good, and I think a lot better than John Wick was this year, or, this one. Hell of a thing. Let's play this level. It's a maker code. I'm just gonna play the 1-1. Not sure how to handle this because it is a case where the level was entered on someone else's behalf. Whatever, let's just play it and not worry about it. We got 11 fucking levels in the queue. We don't have time to worry about, like, what the fuck is going on here. Good showing tonight. I appreciate it, y'all. It's been 2 weeks since the last Mario Maker stream on account of the new PC. Last Friday, I had just gotten the new PC, like, to start up for the first time, so it was not ready for a stream by any means until, like, a day or two later. So, yeah. So, definitely would not have had one then, but, you know, it's all ready to go now, and it's mostly working. Some issues seem to be coming up, but, we'll iron them out as we go. And hopefully, next week, when we do, you know, a bunch of streams, we'll just be able to do them normal style. It won't be a fucking thing. After this, I have the top 10 anime of the year list. Hey, look at that. I forgot to set a timer, but it's fine. We were able to get through pretty quickly. Thank you, thank you. That was a nice one. I'm gonna hit complete. I'm gonna leave a like. And, let's go ahead and get the next one up. Denobanan. Let me just put this in chat. That is Deno Bot Man. All right. Deno Bot Man, you are up. Go ahead and confirm. And then we will play the level. I wonder if the... I'm gonna try to do some things as far as the issues that I'm having. Report the whole, like, katakana. By the way, Apar, if you want to just go ahead and, like, help out the Japanese user who is having issue with the level code, which seems to be just an issue with the Japanese characters appearing in the name. I think that's just the case because we've had other cases of that, and it's just a bummer that that error is there. I really need to spend time and try to look into that and also see if I can get help by the people who, you know, do this bot thing. Oh, Overkill is already added it? Okay, cool. Let me see. What do you mean? If we're on the same page here. No, it's a different thing. There's a Japanese user on the YouTube side, and the bot does not seem to respond to his message for reasons unknown. I think it's just like the bot cannot recognize Japanese characters. Okay, cool. Overkill seems to... Oh, on your YouTube account. Gotcha, okay. That's great. I appreciate y'all being helpful. Oh, I see. Yeah, you got two of them in there. Now that I'm looking closely, I see what you mean. Perfect. Deno Bot Man. Deno Bot Man, please confirm. Let me like, before we start the level, let's give Deno Bot Man time to confirm. And also, while we're doing so, I think maybe it's as good a time as ever to reveal the top 10 anime of 2023. Mine, in particular. I know, technically, there are multiple lists by multiple people, but this is my list. I watch a lot of anime, so let's just go through it. I'm going to reveal them one at a time, using this, you know, the same thing I did for the movies. At number 10, I have campfire cooking in another world with with my overpowered ability. With my absurd skill. Really nice, isekai with some fun, like, the main character, he can, like, buy food from reality, and then he cooks it up, and it looks really good. It's actually surprisingly, Delicious in Dungeon came out the other day, and it's kind of a lot of the same vibes as far as like really nice adventuring that's really interesting and really well done, a beautiful looking food, and some chill, cozy vibes. That, for me, got it to number 10 on my list. Hell of a show. Very fun, very nice. And there's also a big dog who's very cool. Apothecary Diaries. Really cool character. The main character that has a really great pose. It's like a poisons nerd. It's set in like feudal China, like Dynasty Warriors era, and it's kind of been like anime Doctor House is how people I've seen, or anime house is how I've seen people describe it, with like the main character figuring out like some sort of like feudal medicine, Asian medicinal issue, and being very a dick to people who are like fucking things up. Like there's a scene early on where like there's that powder that people used to use that was carcinogenic, and she knows it's carcinogenic, so she really like chews out some people who didn't know that, even though she's like ostensibly like a servant girl. Dude, it's fucking good. And number 9 on my list, I have Farming Life in Another World as number 8. I feel like for this one, the deciding factor was how much I would like to rewatch it. And I would like to rewatch that isekai. It's like I would describe it as Stardew Isekai. And it's just like a guy appears in another world and he starts making a farm. And he makes it bigger and bigger, gets more and more like, friendly beasts, friendly like, people who want to settle in his farm in his little town as it sort of grows into a little town. And it's just comfy and chill, and I like how it just constantly moves forward and like advances from like farm to like bigger farm to like little like small community to like a bona fide town over the course of 12 episodes. It's just quite lovely. At number 7, I have Kaguya-sama Love is War, the first kiss that never ends, a lovely installment of Kaguya-sama, which is a anime about a couple who are like they're romantically involved and they are too proud to admit that they're in love and get together. And the movie sort of follows on from season 3, where things change and the whole concept gets turned on its head. I won't go into details, but the movie is called The First Kiss That Never Ends, so you can draw your conclusions from there. It is amazing how it just, carries on from where it left off, which is where a lot of anime with similar concept would end, and it's fucking really good, and it's fucking really funny, and it's the number 7 thing of the year. Onimai, I'm now your sister. A little bit lewd, a little bit crass in places, very direct and weird with its premise. A middle-aged man gets turned into a prepubescent girl, but it's also a little bit weird about that whole concept, but it is also really well done. The characters are great, it looks great, the humor all lands, and as it goes on, it sort of chills out a little bit and just becomes a very comfy and heartfelt show. And there's a little bit of like a metaphor in there if you have heard the phrase like transition as a second puberty. This is literally a character going through a second puberty, and sometimes the metaphor is really effective. It makes you go like, huh, I get what it's going for. And it's not just totally crass and weird. Ended up at number 6. Free Ren, Beyond Journey's End, hell of a show. Show about a like elf who is ageless, having a second adventure like 100 years after her first adventure, and like grappling with the mortality of the people she went on the first adventure with, who are all pretty much, either gone or on their way out of the world, which is really fascinating. It is also very well made, very charming, and very lovely. That is one of the most popular shows on right now. It is number 5. For number 4, I have Insomniacs After School. That there is a That there is a romance rom-com about two kids who, they find out they're both insomniacs and they kind of have some fun at night, like hanging out, exploring the town, and later on they get into, like, night photography, which is an interesting thing, it turns out. Good stuff there. At times, it's a lot of just, like, hanging out outside in, like, some beautiful nature, and it sort of becomes like a laid-back camp for night owls, which is so up my alley, it ended up at number 4. And it was also just a lovely, good romance, probably, like, my favorite, well, second favorite rom-com of the year. I'll say it's more romantic drama than romantic comedy, but it is very charming. The characters are great. The heroine, she's a bit of a dork, she's like quirky in really fun ways. And she's great. I think the guy is great as well. Ends up at number 4. Hell of a show. Zom 100, just the brightest, most happy, most upbeat zombie anime I've ever seen. Like, goddamn, basically the plot is that the guy was at a dead-end job, like, having a soul-crushing job, and when the zombie apocalypse hits, he's just so happy to be off work that it ends up being a very freeing experience, very bright and colorful, and he's just so damn pleased and so damn happy. It's infectious, and it's so colorful and bright and, exciting. It's so damn fun, and once you get to the reveal of the first episode where it says, like, oh, the premise is this guy's got a bucket list, and it's 100 things I want to do before I become a zombie, which is such a positive way to view a zombie apocalypse. It's so cool. It has such good vibes. When I left my last job earlier in the year, I listened to the opening of Zom 100, like, on repeat for a while, because that was the feeling that I had, like, coming out of it, like, oh my god, I'm so happy to be out of there, actually. Like, I am just so pleased, just so pumped, and, goddamn. Number 3. At number 2, I have Oshinoko. Oshinoko has a hell of an opening episode. It's like practically a goddamn amazingly made movie of its own, and that whole, like, thing sets up a amazing tale of revenge in the entertainment industry, which is just extremely cool, full of badass moments where the main character does some cool shit, and it's just like, managing to thrive in a world that is clearly extremely dangerous and extremely hard to survive in the entertainment industry. It is also just a really extremely weird concept that I kind of don't want to spoil on account of it's extremely weird watching that first prologue and seeing where it goes and going like, what the fuck? This is happening. I'll say where it starts with a idol basically coming in and being to a hospital in the boonies, and her situation. Basically, she is pregnant, and idols aren't supposed to be like, have boyfriends, let alone become pregnant, so it's a whole scandal. And, she says in that episode, like, no, like, I'm the best idol, Idols are built on lies to begin with, so I do think I'll be able to have these kids, and still live, like, life as an idol. And when she says that, she's very believable. She's a powerful character, and, goddamn, just like, as you see her, you believe her. She has that energy. Finally, at number 1, I have the 100 girlfriends who really, 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 really love you. Fucking hell, this took me by surprise. 100 girlfriends upstaged Oshinoko. I loved every minute of this. It's hilarious. It's meta. It's self-aware. And in addition to being, like, the funniest shit of the year, it also has, like, a lot of heart. Basically the concept of 100 girlfriends is that by a clerical error, the main character has been accidentally given 100 soulmates by God. God made a whoopsie. He appears in the first episode and says, like, dude, I fucked up, sorry. You're gonna have to deal with it. Oops, my bad. I was watching TV while I was filling in your paperwork, and, you know, it was a really good movie. I got really distracted. Anyway, from there, the main character has to, you know, he runs into girls and he immediately falls in love with them, and, you know, they sort of join like a polycule, and it just is a lot of fun. It's not a competition, and the main character is like the best boyfriend in fiction. He is like so dedicated to his girlfriends and just also manages to pull up like a practically superhuman feat of like balancing an increasing number of them, which, you know, across the first season got up to like, let's say like 5 or 6. And over the course of the next seasons will be like, you know, get to ridiculous levels, which I think is wonderful. I think there's a lot of potential there, and I fucking loved every minute of it. Again, hilarious stuff, great characters, you know, the girlfriends as well. They're all fantastic. They're all really lovable. They're all filled with, like, enough emotional stuff as well as being hilariously funny when they need to be. The show has, like, emotional range. It has range. It's not just really funny. It's also, in some places, just delivers a perfectly beautiful, romantic, emotional episode. And it's just a hell of a thing. And then other times, other things happen that are so absurd and good, and top for sure of the year. I don't see Denabot Man, so we're gonna go ahead and go to, the old sudden death. Okay, we are going through these at too slow of a rate. My bad. I hope that y'all like, hearing about anime opinions and such. Anyhow, turns out to list out a whole list and explain why each one of them made the list, it takes a minute. Sorry about that, folks. Hell of a year for anime, I'll say. Like, there were definitely, I feel like some of the shows that were, like, in the bottom half of the list would have been, you know, like, Kaguya-sama, I think, was runner-up last year. What is sudden death exactly? Sudden death is where I have 2 tries to beat the level, and it happens if someone is not here when their level comes up. That is how it works. Just sort of a trade-off, so that we're not, like, spending... So that, you know, people who are present get, more priority. If that makes sense. I think it's fun to play more levels. I'll say that. Hell of a year for anime. I think that in any other year, you know... honestly, when Onimai came out, I thought it would be top half of the list. I guess it's good that it's not, because it's the most, like, you know, sort of like look left, look right of the year. Like the one that where you go like, okay, well, you know, it's a concept that sounds really on paper, but it's actually really good. On some level, kind of 100 Girlfriends took over that, but I'll say I do think that 100 Girlfriends is a lot easier to recommend. It's a lot easier to recommend. Onimai is one where you gotta be like, well, okay, well, when you watch it, you're gonna go like, oh my god, this is the most... How could you watch this? But, it's actually really good. Onimai is also made by the same people who made that, Mushoku Tensei show that people like. I ended up not getting into that one because it was, like, too aggressively weird. And, like, in an unredeemable way. Onimai is, like, aggressively weird in a way that is, like, redeemable, and also it gets better as it goes. You know, it gets a lot more chill as it goes, so... When I saw it, I was definitely like, well, goddamn, this is gonna be really high on my list for the end of the year, god damn it. Ugh. Less high than I thought it would be, honestly. Again. I'll also say, ended up not having, Deadmau5 Death Play on the list, as well as a couple others that I was looking at earlier on, just sort of got outcompeted by the other options. that I had for the list, you know. Other anime that I considered? Well, there were tons of them. There were tons of them, and it doesn't really do to mention any one that didn't make the list because, you know, the ones that made the list, and every other anime that I loved, it can be like honorary number 11 or 12. Thank you for the level 3W, 6W, 9. Thank you for the level Dino Dotman. See, geez, I know, it's a really long queue tonight. Thank y'all for getting in all those levels. Jeez, so many levels tonight. We will definitely not run out. The last stream, we run out of levels, like midway through, and that's awkward. Having more levels than I know what to do with, that is a better state of affairs, I think. The next level is by Floof. Jesus, it feels like it's been forever since you submitted that one, Floof. Hopefully you're still on the thing. That's right, you do exist. Fantastic. I'm going to bop out of this real fast, and let's enter the code. And before we do that, I will do that. Yes. I have one more thing for y'all as far as these awards go. The top 10 games of the year. My game of the year list. I'm going to show that right before we do this level. Let me enter this in, and then we'll get through it. I thought this was I thought this here was kind of slow going. Felt like it was a while until I had 10 games that I was happy with on my game of the year list, but by the end I think I had like more than 10 that I would be very happy with being on the list itself. So, let me reveal the top 10 games of the year. My top 10 games of the year. Here's the list. I'm going to reveal them one at a time. And number 10, I have Vemba. Little game, but very delightful. Enjoy. I think it's like the best version of a short story with like light gameplay in between each vignette. You know, similar to like Florence, similar to that. Has like a unique like immigrant angle to its story, which I thought was very interesting and felt very authentic. And also the cooking puzzles were all nice, as was the cooking gauntlet pretty late in it. For a game that lasts an hour, I think it's justifies its place on the list. After that, I have WarioWare Move It. Delightful WarioWare. I think it's probably the best WarioWare since the first one. I will say I didn't play the first motion-controlled WarioWare, but I think this is the most impressive I've seen of motion controls since ever. I think this is the most impressed I've ever been by motion controls in a video game, and also it's very funny, it's very creative. I love that there were challenges that make you drop the controller, as well as ones that incorporate like button presses and stuff as well. That was just extremely cool, and also, like always, it has just an extremely good set of new micro games. At number 8, I have Armored Core 6. Really cool game. Really damn cool game. I didn't finish it or get far enough, but whenever I play it, it's just so damn cool. It feels so good to jet around and shoot dudes. And while it can be hard and there are like places where you have to push past and figure out, it's not impossible. And I have not run into a bottleneck, a wall that I haven't been able to overcome with enough effort, with enough thoughts as far as like how to build up my mech. Damn good. I need to finish that at some point. It gets number 8 on my list. At number 7, I have Cocoon. Lovely little puzzle game. I think it's probably the best limbo type puzzle game I have seen. It doesn't have that much complexity to it, but the ability stuff it does have with the orbs and how it builds those up and plays with them throughout the game is just sublime and really cool. The world is evocative and weird and strange, and I enjoyed every minute of it. It was a very easy game to play all of. At number 6, I have Pizza Tower. Really frenetic, fast-paced platformer. Hell, just like endlessly creative with all of its different like bespoke mechanisms that each level has one of. Hell of a game, easy number 6. At number 5, I have A Space for the Unbound. A lovely. Yeah, you think you know what 1 is? I think I've been saying what 1 is, like, repeatedly. So, yeah, you probably know. Space for the Unbound, a really great story game. Really, like, great adventure game. Taking place in, like, Southeast Asia, at a high school. Basically, the premise is that, you sort of... You could go into people's minds to solve puzzles. You could go into people's minds to solve puzzles, and you know, that sort of has like disastrous consequences, which it plays with across the story. Really damn cool. Like, you know, you're using this stuff to do like adventure game puzzles. Like, oh, I need to I need to go to the movies with my girlfriend. That's one of the plots that you have to do. So I will go into this guy's mind and change things around. And oh god, that seems like it had bad effects. You know, sometimes it goes in some really great directions. There's some really good art, and as well as the mind stuff, which is again pretty damn cool. Though it's not like as high budget as Psychonauts. It is an indie game. It is 2D. It is really good looking. It is more of an adventure game than anything. I really damn enjoyed this, and like once I got to the last half of the game, I just rammed through it in one session. I could not put it down. It was like a hell of a page turner for me, and that I think puts it at the top half of my list. At number 4, I have Super Mario Bros. Wonder, which I originally did have higher, but I do think there are things about that game that do put it down like a little below my number 3. That said, it is a wonderful game. It is better than any Mario 2D platformer has been since the SNES era. It is creative. It is ambitious. It could use a time travel mode, as well as like a couple other things. I did think I used wonderful intentionally. Yes, pun intended. I love all the power-ups. There's so much in that game that is good and innovative, and I think definitely deserves a top 4 placement. While I don't think it's the perfect game, I do think it is as good as the 2D side has been, Mario Maker aside, in generations. At number 3, I have Sea of Stars. Fantastic Chrono Trigger style RPG that's not just Chrono Trigger, but it's also just like, you know, endlessly inventive. It has like a lot of cool systems that I think make for the most engaging combat I've ever seen in a RPG. I think it might be the best RPG system, Paper Mario aside, that exists. Just insofar as making it very active, you know, making so that you have like constant decisions to make every turn that are like interesting and dynamic and well put together. I'll explain like the main one of those, which is that when enemies are about to cast a spell, it shows you like how many turns it'll be until they cast a spell, and also like several things, several like elemental types, like and basically if you hit that enemy with the right elemental types, you will cancel their spell. So you're constantly thinking like, okay, I can hit that guy with a melee attack twice to hit him with 2 blunts, and that's going to prevent the spell. If I can do that and also hit him with a poison attack by next turn, how am I going to do that? And you're constantly doing stuff like that, puzzling it out, and it's very, very engaging as a result. There's tons of systems on top of that that make that a puzzle to be solved. In addition to like, you know, killing enemies efficiently, you also have that. You also have like various resources that you're juggling. It's just really good. Also, it's very well written. It's beautiful to look at. Probably the best looking game of the year, I'll say, like technical stuff aside. lovely fun. It has a lot of cool like settings that it goes to. It doesn't quite measure up to Chrono Trigger and the time travel thing, but it's about as close to that as you can get without like, quite meeting that level of quality. It's as good as you need it to be. Also, it's sort of a successor to The Messenger, so if you played that game, there's some neat crossover there. Sea of Stars, I think of worthy number 3. Number 2, I have Pikmin 4. Really loved every minute of that. I think it's the best, most comprehensive Pikmin that there's ever been. Not only has the Pikmin 2 caves, but also like there's a Pikmin 1 mode in there. There's a mode that approaches that. You use every Pikmin type that's ever been. The way that Ochu works is great. Using every Pikmin type is superbly good. The way that exploration works is, moving around your base allows there to be worlds that are bigger than they've ever done before. They do a lot of great stuff in there, and I was just like constantly floored. And recently I've been replaying that off stream after revisiting it on stream like a few weeks ago, and it is damn enjoyable. I think it is a game I will replay like multiple times. Just a lovely good time. And the final game that I think everyone predicted. It's Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Of course it is. This is a game that took a game that was a Game of the Year contender in one of the best years that there's ever been, 2017, and makes it look like and makes it look like unplayable. Like, goddamn, it's surpassed it by so far. It's not even funny. Like, oh wow, you put in systems that make all the other systems work now, because now there's the whole like car thing, and it's the whole building thing, and it makes all these puzzles, they're like physics-based puzzles, even more zany and even more like wacky, and makes the things that people were doing like unintentionally feel like much more of a center stage thing. It's like, oh, you saw what people were doing, and you actually made a whole game about that. Oh my god. Incredible. Incredible. Guardians were good. Okay, that's fair. There are things about Breath of the Wild that are good, but the vehicles are so fun to put together. The depth was amazing, like so evocative and cool. The sky stuff was great as well. I like the first area. The first area of Tears of the Kingdom is fantastic. I love that whole going through and learning all this stuff. Vehicles, Ultra Hand, fusing stuff. Like, every one of those 4 abilities in Tears of the Kingdom is phenomenal, and they have said they are not doing another one of those, and I don't blame them. I don't think you can beat Tears of the Kingdom in this same genre. You need to do something else. You need to mix it up. God damn. That is easily my game of the year. And I'll say, like, Breath of the Wild was not my game of the year. It was Odyssey, that year. But this time, for sure, with a bullet, Tears of the Kingdom is. And I do think it's in the running now for, like, best game of all time. Maybe not that high on my list. I mean, I love Majora's Mask. Majora's Mask is my top 5 of games of all time. Is this better than Majora's Mask? I really need to think about that in the coming years. Once it's not too new, but goddamn, this might be an all-timer. I think it is an all-timer. I think that it's as good as you can get. Like, god fucking damn. Alright. That's the last of that. I'll just say this concludes the awards gimmick. Congrats to all the winners. That concludes the awards gimmick. How long did that take to go through? Let me see. Like, we're 2 hours in. We were probably late on starting, so around like 90 minutes to go through all of that. I still have a lot of cards, so the stream is not near to ending. We will be trucking on, and I will say, let's say lightning round starting at 8:40. 8:40 is when the lightning round will begin. We gotta you know what? 8:30. We gotta start getting this queue moving. We got a lot of levels tonight. We need to start trucking through them. For those who have been waiting, I'll say that when the lightning round comes around, you will get to see like your level come around more frequently. I'm really happy to see y'all back. December was kind of a slow month, I'll say. I don't know what it is about December, but I feel like I've always found. What is the lightning round? That's a good question. I feel like Decembers have always been slow for my streams, but maybe that's just a coincidence. I've heard some people say it's actually supposed to be a busy time. Who knows? Who knows? The lightning round. I don't know what I'm doing here. I'm gonna assume that anywhere is good. The lightning round is a time towards the end of the stream where we will not be doing 15 minutes plus 5 last tries if that's not enough. Instead, we will start at 5 last tries, and we will have 5 last tries to do every level that comes our way. 7 for subs, for Twitch subscribers, you know, the ones what pay money. And also for the first level of the night. Though, maybe we should do bonus heads for all tonight on account of, you know, I don't know, because of the awards gimmick. Trying to think if there's a reason why I should do that, or if it would just be a cool thing. There was kind of a little bit of a delay in starting the stream due to technical issues. Maybe that would be nice in compensation. You know, the people who have been waiting the longest time we're probably now past the people who were waiting at the start. I think we're past the people who were waiting at the start. Anyway, it'll be a fun time. The queue will start moving a lot faster. And your turns will come out more quickly. Honestly, you know, sometimes it's a concern during the lightning round of running out of levels. Right now we have 12 levels in the queue, which I think has been as many levels as I've ever seen since I implemented the merged YouTube and Twitch queue. So I'll say thank you very much for getting all those levels in there. Goddamn. I'll say, like, coming into this, I was a little concerned. Like, the last stream was a very slow stream. There was a point where there was just no levels in the queue, and I was just like, well, you know, when that happens, I just have to play more levels from one person, which can be a little bit awkward. I was worried with this whole, like, Game of the Year theme, if there would just be, like, me talking to myself while playing, like, one person's levels. Ideally, one person's levels. 0, that'd be a problem. But y'all have shown up in force, and honestly, the gimmick kind of slowed things down to a point where it might have been a problem. I don't know. I think we need to get these coins. I think these coins are essential. Yeah, I'm sorry. Sometimes it is what it is. I have considered in the past, like, when I implemented this timer system, for busy nights, you know, maybe the timer could go to a lower number, rather than going all the way up to, like, 15 minutes each time. But then I figured out the lightning round, and I was like, oh, this is the way to do it. You know, rather than modulating the timer, just go to a round where the queue just starts, you know, going out of control. And I'll also say, for people who do, like, traditional levels, the lightning round is really good for y'all because, you know, one of the problems when you make traditional levels, and I can say this as someone who makes traditional levels, you know what I mean? As someone who makes traditional levels, a problem that you often have is like, oh yeah, you know, it takes a while. It doesn't take that long to play your level, but sometimes, you know, other levels can take like hours, and that can be a little frustrating, I've, you know, personally found even. But when the lightning round comes, like, we'll be able to finish y'all's levels And other levels will be, like, not that long as well, you know. Your turns will be coming up, and, I do think for levels like the kinds I make, like, this setup is, like, uncannily good. Of course, also, it's fun to play those harder levels in the lightning round because, you know, you don't know if I'm gonna finish them. I might not. Or I might do it. And also, I'll say, you can always resubmit a level after I can't finish it. That is fine. Tonight we do have a lot of levels, so, you know, it would be a whole thing. I will say this as well. I have never ended a stream with a level in the queue that was, you know, not... I've always emptied my queue before the end of a stream. Which is to say, like, your level will be played. That was very good. I enjoyed it. Thank you for the level, Floof. Again, feel free to get in another one, if you so please. Let me go ahead and hit complete. One. Squink, you are up. Squink just said GG. Perfect. Perfect. I'll say I still have a lot of cards tonight, except they are not awards cards. They are just cards where I have something on them that I want to talk about that I thought was interesting or otherwise wanted to remember. This is typically how I structure these viewer level streams. I do a level, I pull a card as I am, you know... Wait, what? I thought Squink was the next one. How did Walter for Walter get in there? I'm confused about that. Was Alter for Walter was not the last one. I'm pretty sure Squink was supposed to be next, so I'm gonna put Squink next. Yeah. I must have, like, double-clicked or something on the Chrome app and just switched the levels around. Don't worry, I got you, I got you. Meanwhile, why don't I do one of those cards and show y'all who don't know what they're like. Did you hear about Smash Remix? Latest update. The final one. They're kind of color-coded. Red is news. They announced... They did another update for Smash Remix. That very cool Smash 64 mod that I still haven't played yet. I should play that at some point. Putting it on the list in my head. In this, what I've heard is maybe the final updates. I think I saw on Discord people were talking about it as if it was the final update. Not my Discord, another Discord that I am in. But they added 2 characters. They added Banjo-Kazooie, which, you know, I love Banjo-Kazooie and Smash Ultimate. And I think Banjo-Kazooie is a great choice for, you know, Smash 64. And they also added a character from that fighting game that was sort of the inspiration for Smash Brothers in the first place. I forget what that thing was called, but it's come up in interviews with Sakurai before. Does anyone know what that's called? There are people in chat tonight. Maybe y'all know what it's called. Dragon King, that's right. Or it was the beta version. I forget what the details were. But yeah, it was like Dragon King does it originally. Or I forget what the wording was for it. But pretty cool little addition, and honestly one I feel like when I saw it, it's just like, oh wow, that's a smart one. I feel like Sakurai would not be above that as a thing, you know? Oh crap! I didn't notice the skull lift there. Eba Maru. I know they've added a lot of other ones, like the guys from Quest 64? No, that's not right. What's that game with the guy with the pipe? The guy with the pipe. He's an amiibo costume in the actual Ultimates. They added that guy. They added, you know, they added Conker. They've added a bunch of custom characters. Goemon, yeah, that's right. I really want to check that out at some point. I should see if there's a way to do that, like, online. I mean, there's, like, online emulators. Parsec, that's what we should do. We should do it via Parsec. and have people join or whatever. I don't know. You installed the new patch but haven't played yet, Squink? That's cool. I'll ask you. I haven't played it. Is it fun? Are the characters all fun to fuck around with? Do they add any, like, mechanical changes, or is it just, like, the original mechanics, but with, like, you know, the new characters added in? It seems like that whole thing is, like, kind of taken over as, like, the Smash mod that people pay attention to these days, you know? I don't hear people talking about Project M or you know, the popular ones from 10 years ago, 20 years ago anymore. I guess because those ones are mostly about just making a game that is, like, the second oldest game now. Or, not even the second oldest game. Like, Brawl is, ancient at this point. Making that more palatable. And, if you want, like, a recent game that's more palatable, like, you can probably just go with Ultimate. You know, you don't have to go with a mod at all. It's probably still super popular, and I just don't know shit, isn't it? The old rules with new characters and stages. I guess the other thing is that, like, new characters, that's the thing that gets attention, whereas, like, I don't think Project M really wants to do that other than, like, taking characters that are actually in actual Smash Brothers games and putting them into Melee. Or is Project M making Melee bigger? Or is it making Brawl better? I think it is making Brawl better, but also, yeah. Hey, King Bob. You're gonna have to do !add and then your level code to get into the queue. That's how this works. There's a lot of people in queue right now, so, you know, I understand if you see that and go like, what the hell? That's right, it was a Brawl mod. I'll say, though, we are going to go into the lightning round really soon, so the queue will start to move. I'll say it'll probably still be a while until you come up, but in most lightning rounds, most people can get around the horn like multiple times, so, you know, be a little optimistic about that. Anyway, I'm very interested in that mod, you know, in a way that I was never really in, like, Project M or any of the other, like, mods. The characters that they've added all sound really good, and I really like especially how they've gotten into characters who are not in any actual Smash Brothers. I guess I'll say I do play a lot of Rivals of Aether, and Rivals of Aether has a fantastic workshop, so it's not like I don't have a place where I can play characters who are, like, originals and made by people. But, I don't know, something about it being an actual Smash in 3D is just very appealing, you know? With that old-timey 3D look, you know? Playing as Sonic on an actual N64 is wild. Oh, wow, yeah, that's... You know, it sounds like it. I also do like how they are pretty, like, as far as I know, all the characters that are in that, that mod, they are, like, actual N64 characters, right? Like, they are all characters who are in actual N64 games, is that right? Or rather, we're, like, contemporaries, you know? No, like, Splatoon character, let's say. I think that is the best way to do it. Almost comes across as something that could have existed at the time if Smash 64 had been, like, you know, as ambitious as, you know, Smash Ultimate is, like, a couple generations later. Oh, wait, they have, Marth and stuff in there? Well, Marth and stuff did exist on, like, SNES and stuff, I think, right? Like, there's an NES, there's, like, an NES or SNES, Fire Emblem game. So I think that's fine. I think that's okay. Dark Samus is in there, isn't she? Isn't it? That's probably like the most... That'd probably be the one that is not quite a fit. There's probably like one or two others that might not make that criteria, actually. Dark Samus is GameCube, so, you know, it's not that far off. This is cool. You make a lot of great Link levels, Squink. Uses all of its ideas really well. I'm a little worried about this. Oh, okay. I'm so glad the scrolling stopped there. I was fucking scared. Can someone explain to King on the YouTube side that you have to put in a exclamation point ad? I don't have time to say that myself. I need a hotkey that just puts in the YouTube chat. Please do like exclamation point ad, and then your code. That's a good idea. I should do that. I should also just like do that and then like pin it at the start of a stream every time. And I could do that as Twitch as well, you know, it's just that generally Twitch viewers are more familiar with the format, you know? Thank you, King Bob. Again, exclamation point ad and then your code. And if you could put dashes between the letters in your code, that would make the bot handle it a lot better. I understand that, like, on a basic level, on YouTube, I don't think there were that many other people doing this sort of viewer-level thing. It's just, the bots just don't support it very well. And I think I have hacked together, like, the one bot that'll do it properly, which is hard. Hey, King Bob, I see if you punched in my level code and played some of my levels. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. I'll say, by the way, hey, I got some great levels that y'all can check out. I am hitting complete and end timer. Let me go ahead and do one. And then we'll get Alter for Walter is up next. It's not quite 8:30 yet, so we will do this level outside the lightning round. Alter for Walter, please confirm. They've added Goemon, Sonic, Mad Piano, Conker, the girl from Mr. Makeshift. Who's Mad Piano? Is that from, like, Mario? Is that the piano from Mario 64? That's a weird one. Yeah, Mario 64. That is a weird one. But a fun one, hey. What the fuck? I like it. You get a lot of wacky ones on the Rivals Workshop, too. Let me do another card while we wait and see real fast if Alter for Walter will say. I should advertise my Super World once in a while. I mean, I do, like, when I do last calls, bingo. When I do last calls, I do show off my levels. So there will be a time this stream where I show off my levels, but, you know what, you're right. Why don't I do that? Hey, here's the thing that shows what my level... I need to update the year! When it's done. When it's done is the actual release date of Mario Country Waluigi's Triple Threat. I need to change that to 2024. As does everyone who failed to get a game out in the year what they initially thought it would be conceivable to do. I haven't worked on it for a while. Those last 3 levels are, I was a little burned out. I will eventually be, like, you know, in the mood to make again, I am sure. Check it out, it's really good. It also has a little bit of a concept to it. Whatever, it's not important. Here's a card. Xmas Breakdown. Ooh, right, I caught the whole Xmas thing that I haven't had a chance to talk about. I only did it just recently because there was some medical issues with a family member. We weren't able to do Christmas when we expected to because my sister was in the hospital for a bit. unexpected issues. She's out of the woods and she's gonna be fine, but we all went over and we exchanged gifts yesterday, which was fun. I'll say as far as gifts I only got a few, but I got all these lovely socks. Look at them. Aren't those socks lovely? They're my favorite kind of sock from Gold Toe, kind of a comfy kind, but also in a variety of fun colors. And I'll say, like, these colors are as fun as I've ever seen. Like, dear Lord, there's an orange one. There's a red one. I like that. The blue looks great. All these colors, like, when I saw them for the first time in person, I was like, God damn, these are really good colors. They're beautiful. Like, wow. They're really bright and vibrant. And there's, like, a green. There's, like, a sort of like a greeny bluey one. There's a orange one. There's like a brown one. God damn. Good variety. And also some ones that are just like basically black and one whatever. I got a lot of those as well. You know, really nice. I also got I got this from my sister. It's heavy, so it's taking a second to get into frame. She gave me a framed picture of 1-1. The camera is confused by that. Yes, I'm over here. Tell you what, we'll do the one that doesn't auto track. I don't know quite what to make of this. I'll say, like, as much as I love Mario Maker, the original Mario Brothers isn't like my favorite. It's alright, it's pretty good, but it's like, Mario World would be like a better one, and even that I don't know if I'd really put it on my wall. Maybe it'd be cool if I got like one of these for every game that's in the thing. Every game that's in Mario Maker, and then I would have like a whole set of them. But I don't know. I don't know if that really makes sense. As for gifts I gave, I was really successful, I think. I gave my sister a little, like, panda-shaped light, which is really cute and nice. It's like a little silicone panda that you can touch and it turns and becomes a little soft little light. I gave my brother-in-law, my sister's husband, a model of the ship from Futurama. I gave my ma a little bladeless fan, the little, like, desk, like this big, like a little bladeless fan that she told me this morning that she had it on while she slept like last night, and it was really good. So I feel really good in that gift. And I gave my dad a really cool like flashlight that has a ton of different settings and has like a magnetic end. It's like a utility fan, and it like has a little rotating bit and like multiple lights on it, so you can use it as like a sort of like a lamp or sort of like a flashlight. Pretty novel. That's the exact sort of thing he likes. Cool flashlights or knives or something. I think I did good as far as that goes. I also gave everyone a bit of a stocking stuffer. You remember these when I said I made force cubes of like these of this cube here, this pyromorphics? Well, turns out I didn't just do it for no reason. I did it so that I could give 3 of them away as stocking stuffers. They were fiddling with them. You know, basically it's a shape-shifting cube, and since it's been made into one color, I kept one for myself. I kept the red for myself. You can sort of like turn it around, and you can sort of twist it around, and it'll sort of shape-shift in weird, odd ways. I think it's a lovely little thing, and I think it's a lovely little stocking stuffer for a Christmas situation. Anyway, successful Christmas. I do not see Oliver Walter, so I'm going to go ahead and put Oliver Walter into sudden death, and then we're going to do the level. This might be a little fraught, just having 2 tries. After this will be the lightning round, so look forward to that. I don't know if I like our odds here. This looks like it might be a little bit of a long level. We have 2 tries to do it. We have the map at the right. This is that kind of level where you're like, you know, going forward. solving puzzles. Okay. Sort of like a Zelda level. You know, well, sort of like a Zelda in terms of just like, you know, you're solving puzzles and doing stuff and exploring a dungeon. But you're not literally Zelda in this one. There's official paperwork to get the entire world, the entire overworld of Super Mario World. Oh, I need to get the spring. That's a fun fact. Official paperwork. You mean like drawings and stuff, you mean? Yeah, that's how things went. Mario 64, there's a bunch of returning ones from future games. I might have lost some of the context. Oh, right, that had to do with the last conversation about the Smash thing. I don't understand what you mean by that, Bingo, about paperwork, then, if that's not what you meant. Gotta push it. These are some nice little puzzles. I like them. Hey, Mysterious Star. How's it going? I have a feeling these red coins are optional. I like how the progression is pretty straightforward, and each of these rooms has like a main puzzle, as well as an additional puzzle to solve, like, on the way if you want the red coin. Well, I guess that wasn't really a puzzle. It was kind of just, out there. So yeah, pretty successful Xmas. Feel pretty good in my gifts, and I'll say, like, I do really like those socks. Oh, I'll also say, I got some, like, chocolates and stuff as well, including these puff pastries filled with a taste of cocoa. I thought I maybe would unwrap that on stream, but, look, we're looking like things are running a little slow. Anyhow, maybe I shouldn't be, like, slowing things down further by eating a puff pastry. No matter how, like, would y'all be interested in seeing, position is the command, Braxley, if you're wondering. Would y'all be interested in seeing, this pastry get eaten? I don't know. Wow, nice room. We're in position 5. Overkill says yes. Okay, okay. Fuck it. Oh, wow. I wasn't expecting this to be like... I'm trying to describe what it looks like, and I'm trying to... Here, can you see it? Kinda looks like a cracker, but it's like... Kinda smells of apple. Ooh, it's soft and crumbly. It's like a Fig Newton, that's what it's like. It's like a cocoa Fig Newton. Or like an apple pie crust situation on top. Neat. Neat pastry. That's good. That's good. I'm gonna leave the other one in the package for another time. I don't know, it really does anyone any good to see me eat 2 puff pastries. 2 puff pastries. Too many. All right. Folks, it is 8:40, and that means it is time for the thing. It is time for the next part of the stream. The lightning round. During the lightning round, I will have 5 tries. Beat the level that any level that comes my way. 5 tries, refreshing at checkpoints. 5 tries, 7 for Twitch subscribers, the ones who pay money, you know. And also for the first level of the night. Those 7 tries come in the form of extra heads that come in a variety of forms. You can see here we have a bunch of them, of various Mario characters and some that aren't even Mario characters. Here's the Daisy heads. The Daisy heads are the latest ones. That's real nice, Joshua. All those likes. Hell yeah. Good shit. Aaron Bat, if you could, please confirm that you're here, and I will give you them likes. Those heads. I'm all screwed up having read something off chat. You'll get these bonus heads here. Let's go ahead and type that in and get it going. I think we've explained now how this works. I'll tell you, the queue is going to move at a faster rate now. So if you've been, you've been waiting for a while, tonight has been a very busy night. It's again more levels in the queue tonight than I think I have seen in the last several months, which I appreciate the hell out of. Thank you all for getting all those levels in and making this a whole thing. Looks like we already finished this one. Aaron's best. You want to do like a... This is Aaron's best. You want to do another one of yours? Let's do another one of yours. Why not? Let's try... I don't see Aaron, so let's just pick one out. Which one do you think was top of the leaderboards? This one looks nice. The sky is blue. Let's see what the clear rate is. 8%. That seems pretty possible to do during sudden death. Again, if you're not here, we'll do sudden death. If you are here, it'll be the lightning round. So, fewer tries. And if you are here, feel free to speak up, and I will promote y'all to the from sudden death to the full lightning round. Easy. First try. Very good. Thank you, Aaron Best. I'm gonna hit complete. And I'm gonna hit whoopsie daisy. I haven't gotten the next level in there. Next up is, it'll say now. Next up is Cookie Man SMM2. Cookie Man, please confirm. I believe you're on the Twitch side, was it? Yeah, I believe it was on the Twitch side. Still got some cookie in there. I got a lot of cards, so why don't I pull one? Jeez, I got a lot of cards left tonight. Turns out going through the awards and then also having a full slate of cards in addition to that might have been too many, but we have lots of levels, so I think we'll have no trouble finding levels to play while I talk through all this bullshit. You might have chosen the worst kind of level for the thing. You can always replace your level overkill. I'm sorry that it didn't come up, We've had a lot of levels tonight. Please understand, Which, good problem to have, let me say. Here's a card. Watch the first episode of Fluffy Paradise. I will say, I have a lot of anime cards here. The new season of anime has started, and I have watched a whole lot of it. So I have basically an opinion on every show that has started that is on a streaming service available in the America region. There was one show that was not available in America, legally, or other, And I, whenever something's like that, I just go like, okay, well, if it's not good enough where someone doesn't want to license it, it's probably not worth bothering with. I'd be surprised if it was. Anyway, Fluffy Paradise, it's an isekai, it's an overwork isekai, where the main character is overworked and gets reincarnated into a world where she can nuzzle with cute animals. The premise is basically just that it's a isekai where the main character gets to nuzzle with cute animals, and it's nice. The main character is cool. She's very cute in her new life, in her new body as a youngster, you know, and seeing her like nuzzle with various cute animals is very neat. There seems to be some other stuff going on in that show as far as like the world and like monster fighting stuff goes. And I don't know what quite to make of that so far, but it seems alright. It seems good. I really like the parts where it's just cozy and chill, and there's just like some cute animals. I would compare that to like 2 Cute Crisis, but like a better version of it. As far as like having cute animals and having that kind of be the focus. And the main character is just like very, very, very cute as well. In addition, seems good. I'm thinking that's a one to watch. Why not? I don't know if it's like the best one to watch, but it's really good. Let's get number 1 weekly. This is a short one, so probably not do that one. Let's see. What do we want to do? Traditional secret level. What does that mean? Let's find out. Again, I will say, if you are here, you can always speak up at any time, and I will promote you to the regular lightning round. And also the first person present will get bonus heads on account of that's how it works. This is a level. I like what it's doing here with all the, like... Oh! Take this out. I'm still not sure what you mean by secret level, but... the way that these fires are arranged, and the potobos are, makes for an interesting space to navigate. Just have one try to do this, so gotta do it cleanly. Again, checkpoints do refresh our tries, so, you know, if we see any of those, we'll be quite happy. But if not, it's fine as well. Oh, God, there was a mushroom. Eh? Oh, I see. I wonder if there's a way to get up into there without using the thing. Well, you have to hit an on-off, don't you? Hey. That refreshes our doodads. Whoa, what? I expected that to go the other way, so I was quite taken aback. Woo! Let's go. That was a nice level, Cookie. I appreciate you getting that in there. Was able to get through, though you were not present. Great. I understand it was a long wait tonight due to all the other people in queue. It happens. Sometimes. I'm gonna hit complete. Get up the next level by Joshua Bailey. Hey Joshua, you're up. Let me go ahead and hit next so that Joshua might see in the YouTube side that he is up. Fantastic. Meanwhile, I'm gonna pull another card and talk about the anime, what I watched. I watched the first episode of Classroom of the Elite, Season 3. 2 at a time. 2 at a time. Oh my god. I don't follow, but yeah. Oh yeah, well, I'll say. Since you're here, you get the full lightning round with bonus heads as well. You're the first one up, you get the bonus heads. There you go. First one to be present. Let's see. What do you want? What do you want? How about Luigi? Luigi's good. Classroom of the Elite, very good show, sort of focused on a weirdly strict school where, like, everything is, like, a competition, and the main character is some sort of, like, bioengineered superhuman who has somehow decided to go to this school and wants to be like the low-key, wants to be like regular style. No problem, Braxley, I understand. Anyway, it's a very cool show with a lot of stuff going on, and generally speaking, it's a while before it shows its hand and you understand, like, what high-level games are being played, and what all the strategies and stuff, and how it all comes to fruition. Which is very cool, but also it does take a while to show its hand. I'll say, from the first episode, it's a promising start. They're in a cool location. The groups are being, like, the characters are being, like, mixed together into, like, unusual groups that they're not usually in. And, it's fun and good. I think it's off to a great start. New characters, as well, are getting involved due to the arc that it's in. Looking forward to see that season, like, you know, continue to come into its own and do stuff. This looks like an easy level. This looks like a nice, easy 1-1 type level. We should really just jam, like, right onto it if the person is here when it comes up. I know, I really need to just... We need to keep things moving tonight on account of we got way too many levels in the queue. I say way too many. I don't want to make anyone feel bad for submitting or wanting to get a level in. But we have a lot more than usual, so I really should focus on keeping things moving. Cool. Joshua, thank you for the level. I'm going to hit complete. I'm going to get up the next level, which is by Bingo. Bingo Bo is here. I didn't really need to hit the thing, did I? We know that they're here. I'm going to get down those bonus heads. I'm going to enter in the thing. Here's another card while I do. I watched the first episode of Ishura. Jesus Christ, I watched too many shows this week. Trying to remember, what the fuck was Ishura? That was... Oh yeah, it was a weird show. It's sort of like weirdly violent. And a big portion of it is, it's like a fantasy world. There's some characters. You're like, oh, hey, what's going on there? And then it turns out like, oh, the city is secretly a monster and starts getting destroyed by that monster. It's kind of like really bloody and gory in a way that it's like surprising. And I don't think necessarily that great. But I will say, like, when it had some action, it was really nice to look at. And then there was a pretty cool scene where one of the main characters was basically like, you know, there are a lot of cool people in this world. Like, there's this character, a bunch of really cool names that sound like really interesting, potentially, to the point where I do think that there's a good chance that show might have some interesting stuff going on. And I'm definitely going to give it another episode. I do think it is the sort of show that is like a Attack on Titan type of show, where it's like more dark than fun. And personally, like, that's not really my jam for how I like a show. But I can see that being popular among people who are into that sort of thing, you know? For people for whom, like, oh, I just want to see a big, startling, like, deadly travesty with some really beautiful, well-animated action. You know, there was a character who was pretty interesting insofar as, like, oh, he's like a isekai guy who kind of, like, is a big asshole. Like, he doesn't really give a shit that a whole city just died. He just wants to fight a big golem, which, I don't know, seems like a dick move. Whatever. Why is there a gunshot sound? It's a balloon popping. It is the life lost sound in Donkey Kong Country. That is what that is. Overkill, OOW. We couldn't do it, Bingo. I think you understand why. Not right now. Such as the lightning round. Things are gonna keep moving. Oh my god, how do you not recognize it? It's in the context of Mario, it's weird, I guess. I say it's weird. It's normal. It's a normal thing here on this channel. We've had it for like over a year now. Over a year and a half that's been all set up and poppin'. You know, that's been poppin'. Do people say that something's poppin'? I think they say that something's popping off. I don't think poppin' is a thing. Thank you for the little bingo. You can always resubmit, you know. I'm not sure how many times we'll get around the queue with this amount of levels in it, but I appreciate it nonetheless. Hey, Breaksley, you are finally up. You are finally up. That's right. I see you already saw that. Fantastic. It's been 2 years at this point. Yeah, since the... Well, the thing is, I guess the lightning round did start like exactly 2 years ago. Like 2 years ago that January. But the balloon popping sound effect was not in there for like maybe a month or 2 or 3. It was not in there initially. Next level, yeah. We'll see. We gotta pick our battles. During the lightning round, it can be fraught. Here's another card. I watched the first episode of Gushing over Magical Girls. Y'all, I gotta say, when I go into anime and I'm watching all the new anime episodes, I like to go in knowing as little as possible. Knowing as little as possible. So that's why when I pulled up Gushing over Magical Girls, I had no idea what I was in for. Or what kind of show it was. So basically, like, it's I'll sort of give you the experience. It's a magical girl show. There's magical girls. They're flying around. It seems pretty well written. It seems very nice to look at. And a cute creature approaches our main character, who reacts like sort of in a very animated way. Seems really good. And then there's a transformation sequence. And I must have fucking blinked during this transformation sequence, or I would have been clued in to what sort of anime this was, because, yo, you see nipple right away in that first animation sequence. You just see the main character's bare-ass nipples right there as, she becomes a demoness. It turns out, she's not going to be the magical girl. She's going to be the villains that are fighting the magical girls. And she's sort of a reluctant villain, but in a fun way. Fun, very porny way. I will say, this is maybe the most porny anime I've ever seen, insofar as yeah, Jesus, it's uncensored. You will see some nipples. The main character, she is a villainess, and she is becoming a reluctant sadist, where she is just, doing some BDSM upon the magical girls, which is, it's really well done, it turns out. It's really well animated. Really well so. The characters are great. They're really likable. Everything is going on good. I'll say this is probably one of the standouts of the season so far, in a way that is disconcerting to say the least. It is definitely the kind of show where you hesitate to discuss in polite company, but god damn, I think they did a hell of a job, and I don't think I've seen a pornier anime that is half as good as this, Obviously, there are shows that are horny, but, this is, horny of a level that is, not comparable to, say, 100 Girlfriends. 100 Girlfriends is pretty normal in comparison to this. This is, on the level of, World's End Harem and stuff like that, But it's, really well made and compelling, and the characters are good, and it's cute in moments. And the characters have a lot of character to them. It's, genuinely one of the best shows of the season. Gushing over Magical Girls, High Dive it has it, and apparently they are advertising that they are doing it uncensored, so they didn't accidentally get it. You know, this isn't that sort of like interspecies reviewer situation. They know what they got, and they know that it's something to be advertised with. Because, dear Lord, it is a hell of a thing. And I would say, like, yeah, shit, you know. One thing I'm always thinking towards the start of a year, right? I'm always thinking towards the start of a year is like, when a new game comes out, when a new anime comes out, I'm often thinking like, okay, where would this be on my list? My anime of the year list, my game of the year list. Eventually, I stopped thinking about that, you know, like when Tears of the Kingdom came out. At no point did I think, where would this be on the 2022 list? But a couple days into the year, I am definitely thinking in those sort of terms, and I think that Gushing is of the level where it could go on an anime of the year list somewhere. And dear Lord, I would recommend it if you're okay with horniness, that sort of thing. I'll also say, like, you know, while it is shocking to see a nipple in an anime, I do have to stop myself and think, like, I watch Game of Thrones. Sopranos has been a thing for 20 years. I have seen nipples in entertainment, like, regular entertainment all the time. Like, it's not that unusual of a thing. It's just weird because it's in an anime. And usually they try to, like, censor around that for reasons, you know? Or try to be, like, tasteful Austin Powers it, you know? Just like, avoiding not showing it by, like, some fog or some, like, you know, funny objects. Depending on, like, the tone of the show and all. Thank you for level, that was quite good. Sorry, not talking about it all that much during that. Hope you enjoyed seeing me go through it. That was nice. Nice traditional level. Nice, good crap. You give people other to play that, yeah. Oh, God! my foot accidentally hit this painting thing that I got. Let me move that a little bit so it's not too near me. Whew. Okay. Thank you for the level. I'm hitting complete. And yes, there is a Discord. You're welcome to join it. You can go there, and I have a couple of channels. It's not that active, like, channel-wise, but if you want, like, opt-in alerts for, like, when the stream goes live and other such things as, like, schedule updates and stuff, it's a good place to, you know, get all that information and know when streams are going to be. Generally. Anyway. I try to keep that updated. Next up is, Overkill OW. I believe this is, well, I guess in either case, so long as you're here, it's all good. I'm gonna hit next. Overkill was here a minute ago, and yes, it's confirmed. Perfect. Let me do another card, and I'll talk about another anime. Watch the first episode of Delicious in Dungeon, and this is kind of a big one. This is kind of one that people have been waiting for a while. It's made by Trigger, and it's a adaptation that people have been asking for like years. You know, it's up there with like Spy X Family and Chainsaw Man insofar as being a manga that people have said like this needs to have an adaptation really badly forever. To the point where I don't think there's another one after Delicious in Dungeon that takes up that mantle as the next game people will be demanding, like, get onto things. And I do wonder how that's gonna work. Fuck. That was a waste. I wonder what the next one of those is, but more importantly, Delicious in Dungeon seems quite good so far. I've really enjoyed the first episode. It kind of like campfire cooking is a cozy adventure fantasy show with a big emphasis on cooking. In this case, cooking up like monster parts, which is a neat premise, and they explore it in a very grounded way that is almost like shades of cooking show. Like, there are some parts in that show where it is like, fuck. Literally out of a cooking show. Jesus, we're going through lives way too fast here. Literally out of a cooking show. Yeah, I know, right? Literally out of a cooking show where, you know, a character will go like, oh, fuck! I was hoping the right side would be saved. Left side, left side, left side. Parts that are literally out of a cooking show where a character will say like, okay, this part of a slime, you know, will take several hours to prepare. Luckily, I have an existing one. Fucking cock! Ready to go. Maybe we should, like, institute bonus heads when the wait gets too long. Because, oof. I will say, you can always resubmit a level. We gotta play by our rules, you know? We gotta... The lightning round has to have consequences for me doing badly. You can always resubmit your level. We'll do it again. I can't... 8% clear rate. God damn, this shouldn't have fucking thrown us for such a loop. You can always resubmit. You know, the lightning round moves fast. I think we'll be around the loop before too long in comparison to the parts before. Anyway, I'm really impressed by Delicious in Dungeon so far. I think it absolutely lives up to its reputation that it's had for ages. I think it absolutely lives up to its reputation. And it's just really, really cozy, really sweet. And I also found that the world building in that so far has been really impressive. And that's something that I've heard people say, like, you know, it has free run beat as far as world building goes. Some people say, and I can see that going in. Like, this dungeon is very well thought up. It might be the best, it might be the most well thought up, like, dungeon ecosystem in any fiction manga that I've seen, you know. Really, really good start. I very much enjoyed it. This is from the Japanese viewer. Not sure they have the greatest grasp of English. But, when am I? King Bob, did you submit? I think you might have not. Did you submit? King Bob, you gotta submit the level. I would recommend submitting it right now. I'm sorry, that's just how it works. I mean, you were right before Dawn Belair got in. So if you do, like, exclamation point add and then the level, I will put you above Dawn Belair. Because that was the order it would have gone in if you had realized how to do it. I really need to put in, like, a standard message that explains how you submit a level in, like, the chat and pin it. That's what I need to do. We'll try to do that before the next stream. I say that. Next week is my first week at the new job. We'll see if I have the wherewithal to and the time to make that happen. We're just gonna carry on with that. I will rearrange the queue, but you have to get in it first, you know? That is my, the one thing. Thank you for getting that level in over Overwatch OW. If someone could explain to King Bob in chat to make it a little more clear. I understand that this, again, not that, I said Overwatch? Jesus Christ, you're right. Overkill. I like Overwatch. Association with the name Over. Oh, and you also have OW. OW is Overwatch to me. Multiple reasons why I made that association. What is this song? That's P-A pa Paprika? Paprika? Paprika. What's paprika? Not familiar with paprika. You watch Overwatch Weekly Moments? No, I don't really do the esports of Overwatch. I've only played Overwatch like casually, and when I say casually, I like the Mystery Heroes mode. That's the mode I prefer. You know, I don't like to think about what character to play or anything. Paprika. You're in many of the weekly moments? Oh wow. That's pretty sick. You must be very good at it. Oh, that makes sense then. That's like your main thing then, is the Overwatch. Gotcha. So it'd be like if my thing was had SMM2 at the end of my name. Gotcha. Yeah. Makes sense. Also, you know, you get a relatively simple name and then you append OWL and it makes it so that it's like you know, within the scene you just have like a very simple name. But it can be only unique like within the scene because of the appendix, you know, like Hearthstone's Trump, for instance, can just be called Trump. Though, you know, he's very brave to have continued doing so after you know, what happened to that name. Let me... 1 second. Let me type a message to King Bob. 1 second. Okay, hope that helps. I need to automate that in the future, so I don't have to explain it manually. You know, it's funny. I've been able to like just not have to explain that on the Twitch side ever, but like I said, it's just this sort of viewer level stream is not that common on the YouTube because the bots don't usually support it. And I'll say like, it's called the Hack Together viewer level bot for a reason. It's hacked together. It's only a few people probably do this at all on the YouTube side, but hopefully able to get it to work. Green Toad? I don't think there is a Green Toad. I'm also already playing as regular Toad. Do you mean Luigi, Mysterious Star?
Okay.
I can do Luigi. Okay, thank you for the level. That was nice. I don't think I recognized the music, but yeah. Let me go ahead and hit clear. Get the next level up by 3W, 6W, 9. Go ahead and confirm 3W, 6W, 9. Go ahead and confirm, and we'll play the level. There'll be sudden death if you're not present. Let me do another card. Watch the first episode of Chained Soldier. Seems okay. Chained Soldier does. Sort of a weird, contrived setting. Basically, the main character lives in a world where ladies get things. King Bob, please get the level in the you gotta get the level in the thing. You have to get into queue by doing !add King Bob. It's hard to explain this. I will absolutely do it, but we gotta take these in the order that they are submitted. You understand, please. Please. There's 7 levels in the queue. You would be in there, and I will try to put you where you would be. But please, yeah, get the level in there. I can't type in Q. My keyboard is way over there. This is a couch. This is a couch. The keyboard's all the way over there. I can't type. Just add the thing to Q. If anyone's in the YouTube chat, please explain it to King Bob. I will play the level. You just gotta get into Q. Anyway, that anime. Ladies have powers and they fight monsters. The monsters don't look very good, but it's kind of cool. I don't know. They have cool powers. There's like a lady who turns giant. There was a lady who had like a machine gun hand. And the main lady who has the ability to like power up a dude into like a big monster man. Bard Prime is on YouTube. Don't know what that means. Thank you, Overkill, for helping. Anyway, anyway, it turns into a big monster. It's sort of like a It's sort of like a master-slave situation where basically the guy becomes like a monster, like a monster dog situation, you know? Like a dog on a chain. God damn it. I see the idea, but you have to do a specific thing. The code, yeah. Thank you all for helping. Oh crap, I will say, I was specifically asking for people in the YouTube chat. Twitch, I was not directing people towards the YouTube. I was not directing people towards the YouTube. No policy issue here. No policy issue here. Let me say, if that was in, I am in compliance with Twitch protocol as far as that goes. Thank you, Overkill OW. That'll work. Remind me. I'll put right after dawn. I can rearrange the queue. I'll not count that one. I was looking at the chat. I'll move. Let me just refresh this real fast. I'll move your one up to just below dawn. So you would have gotten it in earlier if you had been able to get into the queue. But, yeah. Anyway, the guy, he's just a regular guy, and he becomes a big monster, and he fights some other monsters, you know, as like a dog on a chain, you know, that sort of roleplay. And then the main character, after he turns back into a human, apparently her power is that, oh, she can turn anyone into a big monster, but they have to be repaid in some sort of fan service, which, you know, in this case, turns out to be fan service. I know, I'm sorry. I do want to be nice about this. I think this fella has been waiting a good amount of time. It's different if it was if it's due to me messing with chat. Sometimes exceptions get made. I probably also miscounted, didn't I? I probably also miscounted. Whatever. Anyway, this chained beast seems alright. The characters are interesting. Seems like there might be some, like, downtime stuff that's okay. Only problem is, like, the action seems pretty mediocre. It's a very tentative. I'm very tentative on it. I don't think it's necessarily going to be, like, a top-tier show, but it seems okay. I don't know. Chained Beast. Definitely one to watch if you're like okay. If you're the kind that watches like everything that's like modestly good. If you're the kind that watches like 3 shows a season. Probably not this one. Probably this one is not one of them. But if you watch 5 shows a season, probably still not one of them. If you watch 8 shows a season, probably still not one of them. If you watch, like, 20 shows a season, maybe this one would be good. Would be my, thought so far on, Chained Beast. Or if you have, like, a real liking of that sort of, like, kinky business. You know. Do I have to go through there and hit the on-off over here? That's probably what we need to do. Right. That's why this whole area is here, so the on-off can be hit. We got 2 tries, let's make them count. Oh, wait a minute. I totally forgot. I just realized that, 3W never confirmed. Whoops. We'll say this is the last try. I'm sorry, I just realized that. Whatever. Sometimes things get lost in the shuffle. There was kind of a lot going on as I was, thinking about that. Brain fart, yeah, exactly, that's what it was. Eh? Gotta kill this guy, right? I will say, either, you know, I'll say. 3W6. If you are here, just say something and, you know, you get as many lives as, you know, you were left with. So 2. Well, actually, we just got a checkpoint, so it'd be 3. So it'd be like a full contingent again. You got the gold medal thanks to my like. Fantastic. Happy to hear that worked out for you. Oh, crap. I think we might be boned. That guy don't respawn. And there's no way to get across here. Ah, that was actually really close. Like, that could have been done. Now, obviously, if you were playing this on your own, you'd probably just finish the stage by getting the boot, right? Well, this is sudden death, so... Honestly, we accidentally did give too many already, so... Yeah. Thank you for the level. We could have beaten that. For real. For real. I'm gonna hit dismiss. I'm going to, get this lost. And the next one, Crispy Bacon. Crispy Bacon. Good to see you, Chris. Let me, get that into chat, so if it's you, you know to speak up. Leave on the Twitch side. Let me say another card. I watched the first episode of My Instant Death Ability. It's so overpowered. It's an isekai. A whole classroom ends up in a fantasy world. I kind of thought it sucked. I kind of thought this one just sucked. I was watching it. It doesn't look great, you know, as far as, like, the monsters don't look good. All its attempts on humor fell flat for me. It's, like, needlessly violent as a joke, which doesn't really land, so it's a bad joke. All the characters are really grating and really annoying, like, even just right out the gate. It's, like, a little bit dark in a way that is, you know, a little bit, oh, these characters, they're all a little bit immoral in a way that just makes them kind of suck, rather than making you really, I don't know, have any sort of complicated feeling about it. I really didn't like anything what was going on in that episode that I watched. It's an easy show to not watch. Let's play one of these levels. Chris, please confirm. Oh, Ghastly Galleon, that sounds good. Let's go with that one. It'll be sudden death. It'll be sudden death. If you are here, say something. Be promoted to the full thing. I'll say, you know, still got quite a few left. Chris, specifically, not Overkill. What characters do you like to play in Overwatch, Overkill? I say like to, I suppose. Is it accurate to say like to if you're talking like a pro scene, or is it just like you know, the ones you're best at that you play more regularly? I guess in like pro play it's one thing, and versus like in your free time maybe other things. Hamster. Cool. I'll say like I don't have like the knack of Hamster myself, like what exactly to do with him, you know? Whenever I play Hamster, I always feel like, I don't know, just grapple the payload and just do a spin around it a couple times. I don't know. How is that since they changed that to be one tank at a time? You know, do you find like being the only tank on the team a little more limiting, I guess? I don't know. A little bit more demanding. I'll say one of the reasons why is that my old PC didn't run Overwatch 2 very well. So only in the last week when I put together my new PC have I been able to play Overwatch in the last 2 years. So, you know, I'll say I haven't played it that much recently. He's like the worst character, but you play him because he's a hamster. Gotcha. Yeah, he is one that's sort of a bruiser type character, you know? Like, you can't, you still wonder why they made Overwatch 2? I think everyone wonders that. I saw that there was a single player mode now, and apparently you have to pay money for it. Is it, like, any good? Did they do any of that talent stuff that they were talking about, as far as, like, skill trees, or is it just like those events? Is it more fleshed out than that? I'm wondering, Overkill, because I haven't seen, like, anything of that. I'm wondering if it's, like, worth checking out. None of those talent trees got through. I mean, I understand if that system ended up being really shitty, so they couldn't go with it. That happens. What is in that? Is it anything? Is it like good at all? Do people like it? Yes, I agree. It should have been just an update. You know what? I'll say the reason why they did Overwatch 2, it's so that they could overhaul the whole progression system and make it Battle Pass based rather than loot box based, which I don't know if that's an upgrade. I don't think that most things that are in Overwatch are, like, good enough to be, like, in a loot box or even on a progression thing, you know? Mixed emotions. Some people think it's okay then. Is it just like those event single-player modes that they used to have? Like the one where you blasted, like, the Omnic Crisis ones, you know? Where it's like, oh, a bunch of guys are gonna run at you, and you're gonna shoot them. And then you're gonna jump on a ship and it's over, or whatever. You're basically just going through a map and shooting guys. Is it like that? That wouldn't be, like, especially good if that's the case. It's similar, but more lore. Huh. Thank you for the level. Level's completed. Let's get up to the next one by Bingo. Bingo is here. Bingo, I see you in chat right now. Fantastic. Just put in an update that is an update and make Overwatch offline instead of Overwatch 2. Yeah, I mean, I sometimes miss... I feel like Overwatch... Here's what I think about Overwatch. I feel like in the next 10 years, There will be an Overwatch Classic that rolls back like most of the balance changes that they've made. Overwatch Classic. It'll be 6x6. You'll be able to freeze guys with Mei. You're gonna have like the. Does Junkrat's snare still root? If that doesn't root anymore, that's gonna root. The stun is gonna be on McCree. You can keep McCree as a new name. That's fine. You can keep Cassidy, whatever. That's I understand. He kind of sucks. The original guy, what he was named for, so that's fine. Some cool new enemies. Okay, so there's something there. I don't know if I'll ever pay for it and actually do that, but multiplayer's okay. Here's another card with another anime on it. Watch the first episode of Sasaki and Peeps. Pretty damn good. Sasaki and Peeps is... it's an hour-long premiere, which is nice because it turns out there's a lot of stuff going on. I'll give the overview. There's like a 40-year-old salaryman, and since he decides how many did I watch, there's been a lot in this last week. Like 3 more after this. And also these are all brand new. These came out in the last 2 days. Sasaki and Peeps came out today. The first episode of it. Simulcast, you know. So basically the concept is this guy, he gets a pet bird, and the pet bird starts talking to it, because it turns out the pet bird is from another world, and he teaches him magic, and he brings him to the other world, and they sort of engage in some, like, you know, isekai trading, where they trade items between the real world and the fantasy world, and that becomes a whole thing. And then a completely different magic system, but in the real world, finds him and recruits him to be part of the like Men in Black or whatever the fuck, you know, the organization that manages psychics. And it's very interesting. Maybe I shouldn't say all these things about it. It's very interesting insofar as like, oh wow, like this system of magic is very clearly completely different from the magic of the other world. And these are 2 very deep rabbit holes he has suddenly found himself in. And he is just like this regular middle-aged dude who is, you know, competent and likable, but just a dude. And sort of over his head, you know, in all these things that are going on. Also, there's like a high school girl who is like his next door neighbor, who seems like she'll become a bigger part of the show. Mid-air spin jump. Right. Yes, I will do that. Whoop. That doesn't count because I was reaching for my balloon pop button. Damn, it's late, dude. Over there. It's, you must be in Europe then. A mid-air spring jump? Oh, wait. I wasn't considering that. I was just doing a jump off it, yeah. Red Mario, I can do that for sure. Anyway, really impressed with the first episode. It like sets up a lot and just goes to a lot of weird places. And it's pretty fucking cool. God damn it. All the bullshit it's getting up to and how like thought up the world is. I didn't even mention, I don't think, that the Peeps is a parakeet. Or not a parakeet, he's a little Java sparrow who talks to him and does magic. Shit. It's a cool show. I'm really into it so far and can't wait to see more. That's a hard one, Bingo. How are we gonna get past that? How long is that even? How many rooms? Again, you know, maybe that's not something we can ever do in the lightning round, but we'll see. We'll see. Refresh the lives for the next person, and let me hit complete. I'll say, you know, overkill. You can always, we can always just do sudden death for your level. You can always leave it in and go to bed, and the VOD will be up on YouTube tomorrow-ish, and you can watch it there. I do think the VOD needs love too, so that is appreciated. Everyone who leaves likes on that as well. Wait, I didn't finish. Whatever. Doesn't matter. It's a maker code. Good Windex. Good Windex. Please confirm. It's a very short level, but it's also your hardest one. Gotcha. Okay. Well, we weren't that far. We just have to do like a small spin under a thing and then maybe one other thing, and then we'd be done. It's not inconceivable that it could be done. It's not inconceivable that it could be done. Let me hear from the Good Windex. Good Windex, do speak up, and we'll do your level full amount of tries. I watched the first episode of The Demon Prince of Momochi House. Basic concept of this one seems to be that there is a orphan girl who gets left a house, but the house is like some sort of ghost house in which lives like 3 hot guys who are like maybe ghosts or something. I don't know. It's sort of like that show where the men in the house are like zodiac animals, except they're not that. It's not as good as that. I didn't even watch that show. That show was not my jam. So, as much as I like the main character, I think the main character seemed really likable. All those hot men did very little for me. I thought they were all very boring, very bland characters, and it was also just not very cool. Not in a sense of like being like problematic. No, I just think it wasn't. It was what's a word that does? I'm trying to think of a word. I need to find a word that means like uncool, but not in a problematic way, but like just cringe. But not even cringe, more just like ugh. You know? Need to find a good word that's not like, you know, ableist. There's one word that comes to mind, but it's sort of a word that means someone who's disabled, and probably don't want to make a habit of saying that. I don't see Good Windex, so sudden death. Let's do it. This level looks challenging, but I think we can do it. Good checkpoint. Just a good old-fashioned blue plat level. Really well put together. Hey, Caraspino, how's it going? A lot of levels tonight, Caraspino, let me tell you. What does that mean? Oh, I see what it means. It means the platform's gonna end. Interesting way to indicate that, but I was able to figure it out before it became a problem. Thank you for the level, Good Windex. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm gonna hit complete. And Dawn. Dawn Belair. Believe that's on the YouTube side. Believe they are on the YouTube side. Go ahead and confirm. Hey, Zilink Zalario. Zilink Lario, how you doing? That's Zilink Zalario. Do I always say it's the... Either way, how you doing? Good evening. Yes, that's right. It is the evening. Things are going all right tonight. Hell yeah, dude. Please confirm Dawn Belair. You know how this works. I've explained it plenty of times tonight. Here's another card of an anime, about an anime that I watched. The last one I dropped pretty quickly. Like, yeah, I don't like it. Does very little for me. Gonna pass. I watched the first episode of The Wrong Way to Use Healing Magic. It's an isekai. Main characters get sent to a isekai world, a fantasy world. I think the characters are really great and well realized. Yeah, that's pretty good. There's been a lot more levels in the queue earlier on, Zilink Delario, let me tell you. We've had a busy night tonight. They get sent to a fantasy world, and they have some fun reactions to that, as you know, it turns out one of them is like really excited, and it's not the one that you would expect. That's right, we are in lightning round mode. That's right. Your turn will be coming up faster than you know, if it had been the other node. You know the drill. You know the drill. You can see over there. That's the lightning round. That's right. I'll give Dawn another second or so to say something. Thinking for a second what I want to say about that anime. Using healing magic in the wrong way. The characters are really well rendered. They spend a lot of time even before they go to the fantasy world just like having a good conversation and establishing the characters and how they're seen versus how others how they're seen versus how they actually are. Like the gap between that and the perception of them is kind of interesting and sets things up well for the isekai thing. And then on the other side, a whole thing happens where like one of the characters turns out to have healing magic, and another character comes and like abducts them for a thing. And it really hasn't been shown what the deal is with that, what exactly it means to use healing magic in the wrong way. But it seems to me like someone in this universe figured out like a funny way to use healing magic that's very bizarre, and it's gonna be like some funny stuff as our main character learns how to do it. I hope some of the other characters are still involved because and still get a lot of screen time, in particular the heroine, because they seem quite good. The show seems quite good. I'm impressed so far, though I don't quite know where it's going as of yet. I believe I just have like one more show that I saw since the season started. What the fuck is... Jesus. Dawn, I would recommend saying something on account of... How do you just get the right amount of height? I know. Yes, I walk into it holding down A, and that gives me just the right height because I am bouncing from the bottom of the hitbox. Yes, I figured it out. Hopefully there's nothing else quite so, That was, hell of a jump. We're out of lives. Such is sudden death. Dawn, if you are there, say something, and I'll, change you over to the lightning round and give you the 3 lives additional that, and we'll take the 3 lives additional that we would had in the lightning round. But if you're not here, gotta move on. That works for, this. And you can always resubmit, I will say. Pink Luigi. What does that mean? Something's up with the monitors that I use. My monitors just disconnected for like a second. I hope that doesn't cause everything to get screwy. Okay, good. Everything's mostly back. Back where it was. Pink Luigi, what does that mean? Oh! I see. Yes, I have puzzled it out. You mean Toadette. Thank you, Mysterious Star, for the redemption. I don't think Dawn is here. Let's go ahead and move on. Dismiss. And I'm going to pull up Overkill OW, who was submitting on behalf of the one who was waiting. It wasn't just me that crashed. Oh, was there something weird that happened when that happened? My monitors have been, like, acting all strange recently. my monitors have been acting all strange recently, like they lose connection, and then the new PC gets all confused and can't find where it's supposed to output to. I wonder what the deal is with that, or is it just bad cables? They are, like, 3 of my monitors are connected via a single, DisplayPort cable. Maybe I should connect them via separate cables, considering that now I do have, like, 4 different, I have 3 display ports on the back of the thing. Maybe that'd be a good idea. The stream did not crash, but it lagged. Yeah, that would be it. That would be it. The monitor got a little bit funny. It's interesting to know that causes problems for y'all as well. New PC, getting the hang of it. Need to figure out what the fuck with that. It's only started doing that really like a minute ago, like right before the stream it did that like a couple times. And I switched the port from one port to the other. And yeah. Let me say, Overkill, if someone could tell what's his face that he is up. King Bob, you are up. King Bob, that is actually you, because apparently, you know, you can figure out how to do the get into queue. I gotta make it so that there's like an explanation for how to do that. I cannot individually explain to everyone in chat that's how that works. They all think King Bob is there? Did I do a card already? Do another card. Watch the first episode of The Unwanted Undead Adventurer. Seems like a nice show about a earnest adventurer who's been working for 10 years in obscurity, you know, at the lower ranks and stuff. He's been working at it, and suddenly he dies and he comes back as an undead and realizes that he is undead and that he's going to have to, like, you know, level up and, you know, try to be like something other than a skeleton in a way that is very mechanical but also kind of interesting. It kind of reminds me of the best parts of Spider Isekai, except not quite as interesting as that, but it also doesn't have the worst parts of Spider Isekai. It does have some stuff that's like outside the dungeon, outside the main dude just like trying to grind his way into a good life or whatever. But those parts are like rather minimal, and I'm mostly just hinting at stuff that'll clearly, you know, enter his plot like later on. I think that show seems really good. I think it's a very nice show. It's not like the best made show in the world, but it's enjoyable, and I enjoy seeing the main character like grind and you know, get skills or whatever and figure out how to do them effectively as a monster who is just like a skeleton. Hey, Ratchet Toad, what's up with you? I do not see this King Bob fella. King Bob, please confirm. Now is the time to confirm. I understand you've been waiting for a bit. I hope you recognize your level, which was submitted on your behalf by someone else using their YouTube account. Hopefully that you can chime in and say a thing. I'm gonna do your super world. You know what? Maybe this will be pretty straightforward, pretty easy. Maybe it won't matter how many lives we have. I do believe that was the last of the anime cards, by the way. I believe there were like 9 or 10. There were like 10 new anime in the last week on account of the new season starting. Just be glad I did a New Year's Day stream and was able to talk about all the anime that I finished over the previous week that I didn't do any streams. Or else I would also have to talk about like 24 anime that I finished as well. Some of which I did talk about in the Anime of the Year discussion, like 100 Girlfriends, but yeah. I am not in an art class, but you know that. Ratchet Toad. Look like someone you know. Oh, I thought that was gonna be a key or something. Been waking up at a pretty early time recently, such that I think I'm gonna be well ready for work once that's pretty early in the morning. Honestly, I could probably wake up at like... I have had times where I wake up at like 2, 3 a.m. and just watch YouTube for a while before getting out of bed. I could do that on a work day, honestly, once that whole starts next week. It's kind of an interesting thing. I've had that happen before with my sleep schedule. Where like, oh, I get up like hours and hours and hours before work. Thank you for the level, dude. I get up like hours and hours and hours before work. And, play the thing. Oh wait, no, maybe... I forget which one of these was submitting on behalf of the... Wait, this is the one who was submitted on behalf of the other fella. That's right, that's right. Yeah. Thank you for the level. Hopefully you can figure out in the future how to submit it yourself. I appreciate it. Hell yeah. Ooh. Let me, hit complete. And get up the next one. We are getting our way through this queue. We are making our way through this queue. Mysterious Star, you are up. Go ahead and confirm. I think I saw you relatively recently, so you should be good for it. This should be the first card that's not anime related in a while. Follow up on new PC foibles. Mostly Windows 11. Well, this is a well-timed card, considering that one of the foibles was some stuff with the DisplayPort, which has been concerning, which has been a bit weird. I don't know why it keeps losing the thing, but it has done that a couple times. Other things that have been weird about the new PC, I have gotten, hey, there you are, Mysterious Star. I have gotten Windows 11 for the first time, so I do think my first impressions of Windows 11 are like, oh, they made everything a little bit worse. And they added a lot of features that you wish were disableable. And they made it so that, like, tabs are different lengths. That sucks. They should all be the same length, so that your muscle memory can figure out where they are. Instead, sometimes they're really short, and sometimes they're really long. It all depends on the title. So as a result, like, iTunes has a really small hitbox, because, you know, it should be difficult to use iTunes, I guess. That's probably, like, the biggest... What are we doing here? That's probably the biggest hang-up I have so far. Okay, so... How are we doing this? That's probably the biggest hang-up I have so far. Dang it. That's probably the biggest hang-up... Oh, you're here, so there you go. And yeah. That's probably the biggest hang-up I have so far with the new PC. It's just like Windows 11 stuff. I'll say there's been some minor issues here or there otherwise, but mostly pretty minor things. Little weird behaviors and such. I'm still really happy with it, let me say, but I guess I shouldn't say it's been perfect. You know, I'm sure some of it is just like transferring stuff over to the new PC, you know, getting stuff set up on the new end. You know, can be a little bit of a process. But in some cases, it's just, you know, doing some weird stuff that I need to figure out what to manage, what to do about that. It's been nice, it's been good, and I'm really pleased to have a PC that is like powerful enough to do the stream without issues, I say. Other than like I don't know, some of the other stuff that's been happening. I'll say also, like at the start, if anyone was here like when we started the stream, one of my microphones stopped working and started sounding like shit. I don't think that was related to the new PC, but I will admit that the timing is very suspect. I get a new PC, one of my microphones starts sounding like ass. I don't know. You must ride the Koopa. Yeah, that's what I was doing. I'm trying to... Do you set it down? Well, first off, we ran out of life, so you're gonna have to resubmit to get another try, but... For me to get another try, but is there a way to get this guy into, like, the standing position up here? Seems like you can only throw it. Thank you for the level. We weren't able to do it. I'll say again, you can always resubmit. And, you know, there's a lot less people in the queue now versus earlier, so you should be, you know, coming up, should come up relatively soon. Overkill, Overwatch, you're up. Go ahead and confirm. Appreciate y'all. I appreciate y'all. I think you have to throw it. Okay, yeah. I think we were doing it right. It was just hard is the word. I will say, issues aside, I have been really enjoying having a new PC. I've tested out some things. I've been like, you know, doing some business, and it seems like very capable. And I'll also say, as far as like regular usage goes, I don't think I've heard it like spin up its fans real hardcore like once. Other than there was a minor audio issue with the last stream where I you know, wanted to edit down it after the fact, and I decided to try to do it in like a program, you know, like a video editing program, and I tried exporting the video from that, and when it was trying to do that, it did kick up to like high enough processing speeds where it started to like make fan noise, but also like, you know, hey, it was outputting video like a lot faster than my last PC, which would sometimes, if I ever need to do like an edit on a VOD, it would take like, say, for a 10-hour VOD, it would take maybe 13 and 14 hours. Whereas this new PC seems to take a fraction of the time of the stream for like, you know, a modest quality. For like the highest quality, which I'll say, I'm now moving to record VODs in a higher quality. In a higher quality, it seems like it will take just about as much time, so, you know, I guess I'll still try to do that sparingly. Or maybe I really don't need to be saving these VODs in that high quality. Maybe just a modest quality is good enough for, you know, YouTube, which is the main use case, so I really don't need to do more there. Overkill, go ahead and confirm, or else we'll have to do sudden death. We'll give Overkill a minute more. I'll continue talking. But yeah, you know, other than that, I'm really happy with it. It is an extremely beautiful machine. Let me show the... These cards are in a different order than I suspected. Here we go. It is a very beautiful machine. I like the wood slats on the front of the case. Those match my my desk really well, it turns out, which I think is just beautiful. I like to look at it. I'm looking at it right now. It's over there. Beautiful. Beautiful machine. It's also nice to look at the inside. It's, you know, it's water-cooled, so it has, like, liquid-cooled. So it has like a lot of like room in there for the stuff. Here's all the specs that went into it. Pretty good stuff. And just pretty cool, pretty powerful. I think I'll be able to handle the stream just fine, so long as the mic doesn't stop working or the connection to the displays doesn't get all screwy. I'll try to figure out what's going on there. Some growing pains, some pains with the new thing. I'm sure over time I'll sort them out. Let's play this level now. Overkill. Overkill, it was like late where Overkill was, right? Or was that another viewer? Right, yeah, he's in that flag is a European flag. On account of, well, I'll admit I don't on site recognize what flag that country is from, but there's not that many countries here in America. I say here in America. You know what I mean, in the Americas. Hey, we got through that screen that gave us so much trouble. Back! I didn't realize those things were turning on and off, like, without a break. There's one on top, one on bottom, so there's no break to squeeze through. Let's see if we can do this. Okay, good. We get another try at this. If you're here, by the way, Overkill, go ahead and confirm, and you'll get as many tries as normal. You know, I'll add. We already lost one, so it'd be lesser that. I have a good feeling, though. We've gotten a lot farther than we got last time, and there's a checkpoint that refreshes our things. This looks like just a very good, normal-ass boss. I think we can do this. I think we got this. This is a very well put together boss. I love how these two sets of moving platforms, like, sort of interact, you know what I mean? Like, they're going up and down at different speeds, so they end up, like, being, like, desynchronized from each other in an interesting way. I think that's very, very cool. Great level, Overkill, OW. Sorry last time we just died so easy. Turns out the rest of the level was pretty doable. Pretty damn doable. Very, very nice. You know, if you're not here, you can always watch the VOD later. Everyone can always watch the VOD later. Even if you were here, you can watch the VOD later. Nothing is stopping you. That was a great one. Cookie Man! Cookie Man is up. Cookie Man, go ahead and confirm. You are up. Let me do a card while I am entering in this code. Played some stuff to test the new PC. Randomizers mostly. Yeah, I played some randomizers over the last week or so while I've been off stream. Just to, like, you know, put the PC through its paces. You know, I like randomizers a lot. One of the things I was anxious of. Yeah, that's right. That was a nice clear. I got that level earlier on and died like 5 times in a row earlier in the lightning round, but acquitted myself there, I do believe. Played a bunch of randomizers. Most notably, I did like a Paper Mario full run of that randomizer. But more essentially, I'll say, because that's N64, that's easy. I did try some more, and try like the GameCube one, for Metroid Prime 2, which I didn't get very far because I died a couple times, and I was just like, okay, well, if I'm dead, I really don't want to have to redo all this. I'll just do something else, actually. But it seemed to run good, so I guess I don't have to worry about, like, running emulators of various, just have some Wendy's. That's nice. I like Wendy's. I don't have to worry so much, like, doing a stream and also doing, like, a emulator of a advanced thing for a randomizer at a time. I feel like the big test will be if I can get Metroid Dread randomizer working and see how that is, because that's a goddamn Switch game. So how's that going to work? Is that going to be very performant on the new PC if I wanted to stream that and play it at the same time? I'll say I don't have that many other like really intensive games for to test with, so I haven't played that many others in the time being, but I played a few and I've really been happy with the performance. I've been messing around. Yoshi Egg Puzzle. How about Yoshi Egg Puzzle? Ooh, Calculate a Soul. Let's do Calculate a Soul. That sounds fun. I've been messing around with, like, what the fuck was I saying? I've been messing around with, like, enhancing those randomizers, or the emulators that I use. And, like, doing things like, oh, render in 2 times the resolution. Render in 3 times the resolution. And seeing if that'll just work and not be, like, have performance issues. And so far, it seems pretty good. Seems like maybe if you turn it up too high, it does get a little bit unstable, but I can just go with times 2 if times 3 isn't as good or isn't as stable, whatever. Honestly, maybe the authentic thing is to go at times 1, but still. Let's listen. Nice. You got the Dave's double with Baconator fries. I like the Dave's triple myself, though with no pickles, no mustard, particular. That's my order. At basically any restaurant. As many patties as you do, and no mustard, no pickles. Some ketchup if it's a kind of situation where they don't do ketchup by default. Very nice little level there. Music sounded good. I'll say I didn't remember, like, that track that well from that game, but I believe that is that track. Good. Good. Feel like I'm getting tired. Like I said, I've been going to sleep lately, early. Like, midnight is about as late as I've stayed up recently. And by the time midnight rolled around, I was pretty out of it. And pretty much just, like, practically falling asleep. So, we should probably look to start wrapping up. Thank you for the follow, Super Mario Blair. That's an interesting name. We should probably look to, like, start wrapping up soon. I still do have a good number of cards, though, so let's continue jamming through those. I forget what I was saying, which is fine. I can now move on to the next card. Thank you for the level, Cookie Man. Level completed. You love pickles? Couldn't be me. Just not a fan of them. Caraspino. We're getting down to a reasonable amount of levels in Q, too. A reasonable amount of levels in Q. Caraspino, go ahead and confirm. Very good. Hopefully you're all doing okay, doing all right. Go ahead and punch this code in and play it. Oh, and do a card. Aren't M2 SSDs nice? This is probably like the thing I learned during building the new PC more than anything, other than like how to move fans around a PC case, which was also pretty interesting and cool and good information to have. How an M2 drive works. I don't know if you know those drives, but they're tiny. They're like this big. They're like the size of a finger, and they just like slot in directly to the motherboard. No fussing around with like SATA cables, or like the power things that connect your power supply to your SSD. They just plug directly into the motherboard, and oh my god, they're cool. Like when I saw that, I said like, oh, I was going to use my SSD from my previous PC, but I don't want to do all that cable shit. Instead, I'm going to get another one of those and have that be the place where all the VODs are saved until they are uploaded onto YouTube. That sounds like the way to go, actually, and I've been quite pleased. I'll also say, why don't I just do another card? Caraspino has confirmed now. Shout out to the guys that got this PC working. Had an issue with the motherboard on this PC. The motherboard was apparently a bit jank and would not turn on. Had to replace it with a different one. Ended up getting a fancier one than I had before. I was thinking about trying to get the recent level. Okay, you got it. I was thinking about trying to get the motherboard like the same one, but then I realized on the Amazon, on that page it says returned often, meaning that motherboard that I got is often defective. So I decided to get one that isn't often defective, and so far so good. Seems pretty nice. I'll say, for the people that got it working, I went with a local shop. It's called Nerds to Go. Shouts to them. If you're in the McKinney area, I would recommend them, I guess. I would recommend bringing your own stuff, because if you have them buy the equipment through their vendors, it's a lot more expensive than if you just run to the Best Buy yourself. Just due to their vendors, I think, or whatever. Was really happy with them, and was it was kind of nice going there and talking to them, and explaining what I tried, and yeah. What? Who? He? Who? Yo, yeah, okay. Ow, ooh. I can see all these indicators, so I think we should be able to do this nice and clean. Happy New Year! Also, I'll say, this is the second stream I've done. I shouldn't have done a little twirl. This is the second stream I've done since this New Year started, kinda. I did a New Year's Eve stream that went into, that went past midnight, so there was another stream already this year, or half of one. But, this has gone great so far. Ooh, we're on our last try, and this is going great. Ja! Overshot just by a bit. That's the lightning round for you. There should be... we don't have that many channel point things left. I do feel like a channel point thing that was just like, bonus heads for this time. That could be a little bit unfair to the YouTube side, if there was like that sort of channel point thing. I mean, I know that the subscription thing is like exclusive to the Twitch, but that's money, so it's like a whole thing. I would have that on the YouTube side if I had access to that feature, but you have to have like 10 million subscribers on YouTube to be able to take money. Good nature. There's too many. The count is a little bit off. So like, I increased the price of it, and it turns out, I guess, because the software sees that twice the amount of points got spent. It gives you twice the amount of Pikmin. It's not supposed to do that. Consider that a bonus for today only. Thank you, Caraspeedo. Let's go ahead and dismiss. Zelink Zelario, you are up. Zelink Zelario was the one who just threw Pikmin at me, so is here. I've been making little improvements to how I organize my PC given the chance. Also macros. No. Yeah, so that is one thing I've enjoyed so far, setting up the new PC, like rearranging how I do folders a little bit, making sure it's all backed up in a way that it wasn't before, and otherwise making sure that things are just a little bit more seamless than before. Also, I've been trying out Extra Z? Yeah, right, I did do that again. Zelink Lario. Always saying that, aren't I? Habits are hard to break. Also, I've been setting up a couple of macros, like in Paint.net especially. I spent a bunch of time setting up a bunch of really tricky little macros so that I have, like, my Stream Deck, and I can do a bunch of hotkeys to, like, say, increase the font, or increase the font of, like, the text tool. And that's gonna make doing cards, like, a lot easier and a lot more efficient because I won't be, like, god damn it. When I do cards, I'm often having to, like, change the font to, like, fit the text that I want onto the screen, onto the card. So I often need to fiddle around with the dimensions a bit, and being able to, like, change that with a hotkey is very handy. I also have a big, long, complicated process for, like, making a thumbnail, where a lot of it is, like, taking the white. I like make a shadow for my text by doing a bunch of stuff. I invert the colors. Here's the full steps for the thumbnail. Okay? I take a layer that has, like, a title on it. Title situation. It's all in white font. I invert it. I make a copy of that layer. I invert the colors so it's a black. I do a Gaussian blur of 12 pixels. I displace that by 6 pixels one way, 6 pixels the other way. Oh wait, I have to kill those guys. Z and Link. Zelario. Oh god, the monitors got all screwy again. Y'all are gonna see a little bit of an interruption. I need to figure out what the fuck. Maybe if I turn it on and off, it'll stop doing that. I wonder how that's gonna play on the VOD. If there's gonna be, like, a little bit of lag on the VOD. We'll see, I guess. Should be good now. Anyway, so I do a Gaussian of 12, and I displace by 6 pixels by 6 pixels. And then I duplicate that layer twice, so it's twice as big as it would otherwise be. Or twice as dark as it would otherwise be. And then I also do another layer for, that's 24 pixel blur, so it's a little slightly dimmer, but it's not displaced at all, so it's just more of a consistent shadow. Anyway, I figured out a way to automate that, so all I have to do is hit one button to now do that whole, like, 4-step process. 5, 6, 7-step process. So, what was once literally like a 30 seconds of, like, manual work now is, like, practically instant. Which is nice. Will allow me to, like, you know, change it if I'm not happy with it after a single attempt. You know, if I want to, like, oh, I need to rotate this font a little bit, I can just do that, and then it's just 2 seconds before it's back to, the shadow is back, you know? It'll be pretty damn convenient in a way that I am really looking forward to putting through its paces, you know, with the coming streams that I'm going to do on a regular basis, you know, streams on a regular basis. I'll say, like, I don't have everything set up perfectly good, like, I do, I have set up, like, the Windows Explorer thing where, like, every folder that I access regularly is, like, at fast access, you know, so I'm doing, like, a little more navigation than I would on the previous PC for now. But I'll set that stuff up in time, and, it'll all be nice and clean and good, I am sure. Been a nice process. Funny little foibles aside. I guess it's possible that the PC just has issues, or the graphics card is like, you know, screwy. But I hope that's not the case. I guess if it does continue to be the case, I would, look to replace the graphics card with, like, a comparable one. I don't know. I would like to avoid that, if however possible. Okay, so there's just this room and another room left. We can get this done here. We can be on our way. Okay, this room's done. Last room here. Okay. Okay, hang on. Haha. Pretty good. Wait, are there just some good luck that there's, like, multiple of these that have come through? Shit. Let me do another card because this level is long. Been playing Marvel Snap, just got Scar and Kyera. 2 newest cards. I'll say it's been a new season. I've been having a very slow climb this season. I'm still in the 70s after being reset out of Infinite. The decks I play are not, like, terribly overpowered, so I feel like I'm just, like, slowly eking out win by win. Very, slowly and gradually. That said, I guess it is fun to... I guess. It is fun to, you know, play around with new cards and make new decks. The only problem is they're not, like, the best so far, so definitely having to try to... struggling to make them work, you know. I'll say, like, the main one I've been fucking around with, as far as, like, old decks go, previous decks go, is I have this deck here, Selene Injection, which I sort of made on stream, or, like, updated on stream last stream, and that's been going pretty okay. I also made this deck to try to make use of Kyera and Scar. I don't think it's great, but it's given me some good results. I don't know. I feel like I haven't gotten Scar to work yet, you know, where he gets a discount and all. I've also, right before the stream, tried out a new deck that I saw, which was like a zoo deck, you know, like a small minions deck, in other words, using Kyera and Blob and Thanos, which Sounds in theory to be quite... In theory, it sounds good. I haven't had that much luck with it so far myself, but... I'm fairly optimistic that something like that could be done. Kaera seems like a real game changer. And I think that she is great in a lot of ways. I'm kind of sad that a lot of the decks I've been running, they sort of had trouble with, they're soon to be nerfed with a lot of the changes that are coming down the pipe for Marvel Snap. So, what, I can just go through this door and get another one of those mushrooms. Just do that. But, hey, what are you gonna do, you know? Decks gotta get nerfed. There's gotta be a new hotness. And, you know, it's exciting to play the new cards and to try to make the old cards that have been improved work. Having a good time with that. Though, I do think that this time at the start of the season, where I am not in Infinite, that's probably my least favorite time of the season. Because it's always a struggle to get back up and to, you know, not have to deal with that anymore. The whole going through ladder thing, I find to be very stressful. And I like to just be able to play games and not give a fuck. We weren't able to do it Z-Link. You know, hey, it is what it is. Lightning round, woo-woo. I'm gonna hit Lost. Then I'm going to hit Next. And hey, we're down to 1 level. We're down to just Ratchet Toad. Again, you can always feel free to resubmit the level. Ratchet Toad, one of the latest people to chat. Ratchet Toad is good. Here's another card. Been replaying Pikmin 4, as I mentioned. That's been going okay. Been, like, chugging through that. I did try, that's right. I've been chugging through that. Mostly done now. I have access to the last cave. Though I have, like, intentionally left a lot of stuff undone. So I can go back now with all the onions and, you know, do all those part left, but with my choice of all the Pikmin types, which helps to use the Pikmin types more that in my first playthrough, I didn't really have enough of until, like, the late game. And, that's been fun. Hey, Ratchet Toad, thanks for sticking with. I'll also say, on one more thing, I've been thinking about playing Armored Core and others that I hit up during last month's stream. After that stream, I definitely came out of that thinking like, oh, I would like to play more Armored Core and more of like Yakuza, like a dragon, Gaiden, the man who erases his name, and some others in that same ballpark. But I just haven't found the time to like go back and play more of them. I haven't felt like it, and just haven't. I'd like to. It's just, you know, time, man. Time. Where do you find it? That's the games update. I just have a few. Well, I say a few, maybe like a half dozen cards left. Let's get through this level. Let's get through this level, and then let's go to last calls. And then y'all can, you know, during last calls, submit any last levels that you have, and then we'll go out on that. I have a few last things to talk to, and maybe we'll do. I can time out these cards such that last call levels are like, oh god, okay, it's fine. are accounted for. That's okay. I am getting a little tired, honestly. Again, I've been going to sleep like... Last night, I was up until midnight, and that was about as late as I've stayed up in a couple of... in like a week or two. I'll say... I did actually stay up like all night the night that I got my new PC up. I was just setting things up and just like continued setting things up until it was like the morning the next day. Which I was really worried after that happened, like, oh, I've been like staying up a little later until I went around the horn and you know, got to a normal sleep schedule, normal enough for working hours. You know, did I just screw that up? But after that, I woke up at like 10 a.m. the next day, like after 3 hours of sleep, and then you know, went to sleep after that at a very, very early time. So, you know, my sleep schedule is not disrupted by that one all-nighter, that one literal 24-hour span where I stayed up for 24 hours and then slept for 3. Though I do think I've been feeling tired in general this last week, and maybe that's part of it. Staying up for 24 hours to set up the new PC a week ago, and then not getting much sleep the subsequent night. I will say, by the way, for reference, for record, the way that a level like this does work, the lightning round is, if the timer runs out, it counts for as many lives as hundreds of seconds on the timer. So this would be all 5 lives. You know, that's just how we have to deal with levels where you don't die. Keep them in the spirit of the lightning round. You know, there's probably a better way to keep that spirit. And, you know, I have seen people ask for, like, oh, you should do a timer as well during the lightning round, but I kind of like that there's no timer. My personal preference. And so long as we can make it work for any level that comes our way, I think that's great. Ooh. Go through this pipe. New area. The checkpoint. Wonder if there's a way to die real fast so that we can reset our thing. Oh, perfect. It's very convenient. You can't have 5 attempts at a time you're running out? Yeah, that's basically what that means. I know that there are some levels that can get really long and, you know, get damn near close to timer running out and then you die. But so long as you die, you know, there's not like special rules for that. It's only if timer actually hits. No, only if the timer actually hits. That is the rule. I suppose right now we can be pretty chill about it, considering that there's we have gotten through this queue, which, you know, a couple hours ago when we had like 13, 14 levels in the queue, felt like a massive number. But, you know, as I say, I have never ended a stream with levels in the queue, and I always appreciate more people submitting. Keeps things moving. I have more levels to play. Fun. I hit it on-off. Good. Yes. Very good. Ooh. How about another card? Try to keep these cards moving. Do y'all feel in touch with memes? I don't feel in touch with memes. I feel like I saw like maybe I saw an article that was like, here's the top memes of the year. And I just saw that and thought, God, I can't think of like a single meme. And looking down the list, like half of them were things that I'd never heard of. And like a lot of the other half was like, you know, like, oh, that's just a thing that happened. Like, Ukraine is not a meme. That's just a historical event. That's a bad example. That actually wasn't one of them. Don't worry, no one said Ukraine was a meme. I am besmirching the good name of, whatever the fuck, Collider, whatever the fuck website put up that article. Some of them were clearly more events that were very, like, popular and, took up the mental space, whatever. Real estate. Took up mental real estate, whatever the fuck. Free real... Whatever! Did the thing. But there were also memes as well, and there were a couple I actually recognized, like, oh yeah, I heard about that whole Grimace Shake thing. That's kind of funny. I think there was another that I had heard of. It's not coming to mind right now, but... You know, riveting, I know. Memes I remember. Not many. That's the point. Anyway. The hell is... How do you do this? Well, we need to wait for the block, and then land on it. Here's another card. Do y'all ever run into AI-generated videos and go, okay. I thought about this, this week. Well, I ran into an AI-generated video that was like, you know, a science video that had like a fucking, damn it. It had like a clickbaity title like, oh, this discovery will change science. And watching it, I just got immediately bad feelings. It's going like, well, fuck. Your only up level was like this, but had more forgiving front. Gotcha. Gave a really bad feeling where oh, god damn it. As I was going through, I was like, okay, this is an AI-generated voice. This is an AI... There was a comment going like, all these AI-generated images just make this look really cheap. For like, you know, the video images were all AI-generated. And then I just realized, like, wait a minute. This is just entirely generated by AI. This is probably bullshit. And I just clicked the fuck out of there right away. Kind of an alarming trend in YouTube, I've heard. I saw like a Kyle Hilliard. No, Kyle Hill. Kyle Hilliard is the Min-Max guy, Min-Max correspondent. Kyle Hill. I saw a video of his basically going after like, oh yeah, there's a lot of like science YouTubers that are just like fake these days out there. Well, they're not fucking real at all. They're just like generating videos on random topics that sound good and just taking away, you know, just trying to put out as much low content effort as possible and, I say low effort. I'm a streamer who just plays video games. You know, just basically nothing. And trying to disguise it as like an actual well-researched video. You know, the kind that any number of like, science YouTubers put out, like Eons or whatever. No, time space, space time, time space. I have never before seen one of those in the wild, and now that I have seen one, I don't want to see another ever. They are I don't like them. And I wish they would stop being a thing. Timer's almost up. Let me do another card. Looking forward to starting the new job Monday. I'll tell you, I'm not going to say too much about my new job other than, you know, it's a software engineering gig. And, you know, I got some nice benefits and potential bonus, I guess, at the end of the year. That's different. Never had substantial bonuses as, like, a thing to look forward to. But really happy to have, you know, landed that, and looking forward to starting on Monday. So it's like my card said, those are the things. That's what's gonna happen. I'll say I've had a really nice interim. I've had a really nice time, like, between gigs. Had a really nice couple of months where, you know, all I had to worry about was, you know, actively looking for jobs and keeping things rolling on that front. But I'll say I've gotten to the point where I don't do all that much on, like, one of these days, you know? I'm just, like, relaxing and just watching videos and playing the occasional game. You know, to the point where I have just spent an entire, like, couple hours rewatching random H-Bomber Guy videos that I've already seen. You know, I've already seen recently that one about Tommy Tallarico and all that, but it's really goddamn good. I'd like to rewatch it. And I guess it'll be good to keep busy and to, you know, have a day job again. That'll be interesting. I'll say again, I'm not sure how it's going to affect the schedule. I did appreciate the checkpoint, Ratchet Toad. Yes, totally. I don't know how it's going to affect the schedule. My plan is to try to do 2 streams a week after next week, which will have 3 for a bit. And if I'm feeling like I can do 3, I might ramp up the 3 sooner rather than later. I am thinking just like for the first month or so, just taking it easy and doing more 2 streams rather than 3 for the time being. Maybe I'll mix in the occasional extra stream when I have a really good idea for one. You know. Let's do the other thing that we do when someone we've gotten to the point where there's only 1 level in queue. Come a long way. I'll do another level of Ratchet Toads, but a different one. The lightning round has to have consequences, even if there's only 1 person in the queue. And look at this. There's a lot of levels here. We're good. What's Bulbay Lake? Let's try it out. This looks very doable. Here's another card. Looking back on job hunting and LinkedIn. Obviously, job hunting is a lot more straightforward than working a job, you know? You take a couple calls a day with various, you know, interviews and stuff. You spend some time on LinkedIn, like, looking for positions and applying to them as such. You log them for, you know, whatever, unemployment, whatever the fuck. It's not a very complicated thing, but it is simple. I guess I have no big qualms with it. I think like every interview went good, and you know, to the point where once one company was down and like you know, not looking for perhaps just a list of skills that, you know, my last job didn't quite align fully with, because, you know, what are the odds that your one job aligns fully with your next job? And I was more looking for a quality individual. Like, got the offer. That was that. It did feel like it could go on forever at a certain point, you know, after you do some interviews, like, oh, not even that many interviews, relative, like, there was only a couple that got to the last phase of, like, you know, full day interviews. But, you know, towards the end there, I was feeling it. Like, oh yeah, it's been a month. It's been like 2 months. What's gonna happen with that? And then, you know, I just had an offer, and that was that. Nice level, nice level. Let's do another different one. How about? Unless Ratchet Toad, you want me to do more of that, that last one, I guess it's up to you, now. Your choice. I think I'm in the mood for a different level, though. Let me say. This one sounds good. Let's do this one. I'll also say LinkedIn. Really weird place. I feel like everyone there is so, like, hustle-brained. It's weird. And also, there's so many just, like, little videos that are posted there without any cynicism whatsoever. Different levels is good. Cool, cool. Without any cynicism whatsoever, like, God, I feel like everyone on LinkedIn could use, like, a single cynical brain cell. It's bizarre. Maybe it's just the thing of, like, well, employers don't like seeing cynicism. They like seeing optimism. You know, they like to see people looking at a video and going like, oh, that's so neat, I love it! Just, you know, really like, being real upbeat about everything to, like, a uncanny degree. I don't know. I am glad to not have to look too closely at that for the time being, you know. Not that I would go, I say I don't know, like, for the right company I would probably do another 10 years at another gig, but not that I, no. I probably would expect to not spend more than 10 years again, but no. I'll say it could do if it's a really good fit. Okay, I can't lose it. That's, I got you. I can lose it. I can absolutely lose it if I'm not careful, but I shouldn't. Am I supposed to block this off? Eh. Oh! Ground pound. There's no way out of here, right? No way except this way. Okay, gotta do that right. Anyway, I'm happy to not pay as much attention to that as, you know, you need to when you're on the hunt. It's good to have that news all be out there and all be in public venues and such. Feeling very good about the future, about this next year and such. One more card. Got like two more cards. What the fuck? That went too fast. I double clicked there. What was that one saying? I'll say. My last shop, I feel like I had gotten really tired by the end, really burnt out, and it was the right time to move on. You know, so I'm really happy that I had this time and that I, you know, had moved on. Let me see that. Catching up between jobs, looking back on. That's right. I'll say maybe my one regret of this interim period is that, you know, I do have a lot of things that I'm really backed up on. And, yeah, I really didn't manage to catch up on nearly any of them. I've been writing reviews for Backlogged and wrote a bunch of them like a year and a half ago. Kind of meant to write a bunch more while I was between jobs, but I didn't write a single one. So that was kind of unfortunate. I meant to catch up on clips. I didn't. Part of that was there were a couple of events that made that complicated to do. Like a whole like funeral situation. Doing the thing again. It's only started doing that today. Maybe I need to get new cords, new cables for the display port. I'll try new cables. I'll order new cables. If it was like a big lag spike, sorry, I'm gonna order new cables or something. Or otherwise try restarting and seeing if that solves that weird display thing. Anyway, like I was saying, I didn't catch up with like clipping up old streams. I'm still pretty behind on that to the point where I am not clipping streams that would be live. What the hell is this? This one was a trap. I think I got a checkpoint, so that refreshed my lives. But I'm gonna lose one here. So I'm still really behind on like a lot of the stuff that I wanted to do. And I really didn't like get into the habit of, you know, working out. Other than a couple of big trips where I, you know, went a place and walked a distance at a theme park or something. Let me wait until that comes back, because I really don't know what the fuck it's gonna be like, if the stream is gonna be okay. Okay, good, it came back. It's coming back now. I'm not sure if it's like a momentary interrupt, or if there's even going to be an interrupt on the archive. But yeah, I gotta make sure that that is a thing. Weird. All the stuff is got rearranged all weirdly on my all my chat windows and stuff got rearranged badly. Oh, that sucks. Second. Okay, that'll do for now. I haven't seen it do that before. It didn't do that last time. It started doing that today. New PC. Gotta replace some cables. What the hell is the situation here? I see. Go in there, get out of there, throw the thing. Okay. Eh? Oh, it's survival. Anyway, I hope to try to, you know, I'm gonna continue, like, relaxing for a bit, and, trying to, like, keep the pace of streams to a normal amount, or, like, as sustainable as I can do while, you know, on the job. And specifically on a job that isn't working from home all the time, so, you know, it'll be a little bit harder to get off work and do a thing now in the future. I hope to still find time to, like, do all the side things that I please, and hopefully do get caught up in time. I am partially hoping that a little bit of a break, a little bit of a slowdown will help with these things and make it possible to you know, catch up. Get things more in order. Get things more in line. And, fuck. Once that happens, I'm fucked. I need to just die. Yeah. One more card here that I have for the night. Oh, two cards here. Looking back on overall how nice the break was. It was very nice. I needed it. A little break between jobs. Like I said before, it's been like a good 10 years since the last time I was between jobs. Like fresh out of college. And you know, first job ever, lasting 10 years. That was a hell of a thing. Without any interim. And it was nice to have like a good chunk of a year to myself. I look forward to many a vacation and such in the years to come. I'm sure that'll always, as always, be nice as hell. Good, hey, we made it. Checkpoint refreshes. Lost a life, but there's still a bunch left. Here's the last card of tonight. AGDQ 2024 is in a week from now. I'm looking forward to it. That'll be nice. AGDQs are always good, and I did look at the lineup, you know, a couple weeks ago, whatever. And it looks like there's a lot of good runs out there for the first time. I think Pikmin is up. You know, Pikmin 4, Tears of the Kingdom is up again. I think Mario Wonder is at this AGDQ. There's a bunch of stuff that I think is very exciting and sure to be a good time. That'll be very nice. Obviously, we'll be, you know, I won't be able to watch it full attention or nothing, or during the workday, but yeah, obviously, even while I was working out of an office, it's very nice to watch the evening show. Watch the later runs. Doing it again. The hell. I wonder... And the worst thing about it, that whole monitors being fucked up situation, is that since it goes down to a one monitor setup, when that happens, the chat and stuff get all rearranged, so they're on the wrong screen. Ugh. Not great. Tell ya, I am frustrated about that. Hopefully it's not too distracting. Move this stuff over here. Hey. Cool stuff. It just happened again. God damn it. God fucking damn it. I could try plugging it into another port. I did that before the stream. Maybe plugging it into a different port was a bad thing, and the port that it was originally on was the good port. I don't know if Windows is all fucking confused right now and is switching between outputs and whatever the fuck. I can't see my chat. Looks like it's back up. Or it's coming back up. Fuck. Monitor handshake stuff. It's a fucking... It's never gotten better, has it? They should fix stuff like that and how the audio... How, like, audio stuff is really just a nightmare. Like, audio output. You're asking for things Windows 11 should do. And Windows 12 should do, whatever. Make it so that when there's like a monitor switch, it's like instant and not like, oh. It doesn't like look like it's fucking dying. Alright, that was a great level. I really enjoyed it. Let's go to last calls. It's time for last calls. I'm gonna hit complete. Ooh. Got through all the levels that were in the queue. And now it is time to go to last calls. Last call for levels, in which I'll play some of my own, while giving y'all a chance to get in a level or two, let's say. And of course, you know, Ratchet Toad, anyone else who has gotten in levels previously, feel free to get in more levels. It is encouraged. How long have we been going? Around 5 hours, not counting the false start where the microphone didn't work. A lot of stuff isn't working by coincidence with the new PC. I wonder if just the cables are dying, or if, you know, or if there's something else afoot with the new PC. I don't know. I can't speak to it. Could be a complete coincidence that the old equipment that I have needs replacing. Whatever. Try to usually think of a theme to go through for last tries or for this. You'll resend your only up. That's cool. Yes, please do. Blue plats. Let's play some levels of mine that use blue plats. That'll be the theme. That'll be the theme tonight. Let me find some levels where I use blue plats. These are orange plats. Those are different plats. Those are blue blocks, different plats. It was a while, actually, until I actually used the legitimate blue plat item. I guess just, like, scrolling through. Unless I'm not remembering one. I guess it was a pretty damn long while. I must be forgetting something. I must have used blue plats as a main mechanic in one of these. Let me look again. No, not in that one. No, not in this one. No, this one uses the hooks. This one uses the extendos. That's a whole different thing. The 3D World doesn't have blue plats, so definitely not in any of those. This one does not. No. No. Nuh-uh. No, no. Did this one have them? Let me see. Just look at the thumbnail real faster. No, no blue plats in this. Unless they were in the second half. Okay, yeah, there were a few in the second half. Okay, okay. Yes. Hey, Lion 11014. You're just in time for last call. get your levels in so that I will play them before the end of the stream. And Ratchet Toad, if you want to get in one, that is also lovely. Thank you for the level, and thank you for the follow. It's been a quite busy stream. You know, at one point we had more levels than we've ever had on the stream. Just goes to show during the lightning round. We go fast enough to fucking empty that out. You know, I guess we are also going longer than we usually do. You know, I don't think we usually do 5 hours on a Friday. But, you know... But, you know... What are you gonna do? This level's cool. It has, like, a, doorstop dash gimmick, where you hit a switch, or, you know, hit it on off, and then you have to race that shell, or else the door will close behind you. Cool. I'm playing some of my own levels. I'm gonna play, like, a bunch of blue plat levels that I've made, in order to, like, you know, show you all what's up with that. God damn it, the screen. Y'all are probably seeing a big lag spike. I am not sure if you're seeing this right now. Suffice it to say, on account of... Oh yeah, I just saw on the screen, it was like lagged back like a minute ago for a whole while. That sucks. Jesus Christ. Fucking hate that part of it. I just hate how fucking... Whenever you switch monitor stuff in Windows, it always just shits its pants. Just as a rule, it always shits its pants whenever monitors get switched. I need new cables. Or something. I don't know. Anyway, let's find more blue plat stages. This one's a moving plat. This one is moving plats, but it's not quite what I mean when I say blue plats. I just mean a level with falling platforms. You know, not necessarily ones where you step on them and then they go. I think that level was the only one before my Super World that used blue plats like an extensive role. Post Super World. Let me see what I got. It's shitting its pants again. I'm pulling up, see if I can pull up my stream and just see what it looks like. I'm not sure if any of this is coming through because Windows is just struggling right now. Can y'all see me? Can I see me? Looks like I'm still for a second. Okay, now should be good. Ah! Fucking with the technical issues. Thank you for the level. But damn it. Trying to get my chat back on screen. Where'd my chat go? Thank you for the level of Proud Junk. You came in at a good time. Ostensibly. This is the time where I buy y'all time to get in some last levels before we finish the night out. I'm having some technical issues. I got a brand new TV. Or, not brand new TV. I got a brand new PC. And it seems to be shitting the bed a little bit. Kind of unfortunate. There's some blue plats in this one. Let's play it. Maybe this won't be a super complete look at every level that I've done that uses blue plats, but, you know, let's play a few more and really just relax and if it does the monitor thing again, I'll try plugging it into a different port. But I'd really rather not because, yeah. Middle of a stream, not a good time to troubleshoot ports. Fuck. I love this level. I love all my levels. This one is really nice. I love this bullet bill, you know, moving platform thing that it's got going. It's very nice. We will abide by lightning round rules. If I were to die enough times, we would move on and we would close out. That's never happened before. I know my levels quite well. Well, I guess, you know what? This level doesn't use blue plats. It uses skull rafts. Sort of in a similar way. This one uses blue plats. Let me play the one that actually has the fucking theme. That fits the theme. You're gonna love my level? Oh, I hope so. A proud Junkrat main. People in chat are chatting. That's great. That's what it's there for. I thought it was fun to put a bunch of blue plats all in a row. And I think it is fun. This is just a little quick little level. Well, it's kind of neat, and I need to get that 50. Ooh. I hope the computer stops doing that soon. Damnedest thing. I'll say it's never... It didn't do that like before yesterday. It just started doing that. This level also has some blue plats in it. It's also a really good example of that. Kind of blue plat thing. So let's play it. Then let's play maybe one more. Let's say one more. And then we'll go on to the last levels of the night. That's right, including Proud Junkrat Main's levels. We talked about Overwatch. I didn't talk about what characters I liked earlier. I didn't talk about that. I like Junkrat a lot. Junkrat's great. I would say if I had a main, it would be what's his face? God, it's been too long since I played a lot of Overwatch. Torbjorn. I love Torbjorn a lot. His turret is really fun to just place down. And then also, his gun and his shooting stuff is just really good. He's just a really good character to, like, shoot people with. In addition to having, like, a very cool, gun, you know, turret that is just takes care of business. And especially if you place it in a strategic manner. Yeah, I love Torb. Torb's, like, probably my favorites. Who else do I like? Pharah is just an all-time obvious good pick. A lot of the supports are very fun. Can y'all see? Let me see if this is getting through. I have the Twitch open over here. Let me see if this is... It's on like a long delay, so by the time it catches up, it'll be not real time. Oh yeah, it's just hitching up and just getting all laggy, and then I see myself pause. Okay, so it's like a momentary interrupt. Still quite inconvenient in a lot of ways. Again, having some technical issues. Ugh. Junkrat main likes all of... Oh, I think that person is saying y'all should play each other's levels, which, you know, hey, that is fun. By the way, sort of lost on, with the technical issues, but there's the cool part where you fall down a great distance, and it is revealed that this level is a vertical level. Technical issues kind of made that, kind of pooey. I wonder if the local recording will be stutter-free. I really do. I hope so, but if it's not, God damn it. I'm just gonna carry on. Do one more. Tell you what, we'll do 2 more. We'll do 2 more. We'll do 2 more here. I'm gonna do this one, which is a very relaxed blue platform level, and we'll do one that's a more serious, like, one where you have to, like, jump off them with good timing. Like a harder version of that. What's happening is that my HDMI cables keep on disconnecting, and that's causing my PC to get all confused and to think that I only have one monitor, and then putting my chat on that one monitor, which happens to be the monitor where I can't see it from the couch. It's very inconvenient and pretty suck-ass that it would keep on doing that. It seems kind of like Windows 11 also made the handshake process more laggy and more terrible. Like every time a monitor turns on, it takes like a second longer to come up. Windows 11, like, my one expectation of Windows 11 is that it should make things better, not worse. I don't know if that's a fair expectation of an operating system, but what the fuck? What else is the point of a new operating system if not to make everything a little bit better? Maybe 12 will make things a little bit better, and 11 is just the making everything worse so that things can get better. I like Farrah. Sorry, I missed that part. Maybe the Farrah comment got lost with the you know, the technical issues. With Farrah, I like Farrah. I'm not that great with her, but I do think that she is an extremely good, like, improved iteration of a a Team Fortress 2 character. Better Soldier is basically her vibe, you know? She's Better Soldier, essentially. With this level, it's set up so that when you destroy the platforms, it's sort of making holes in the path. Also, by the way, you can totally just jump over this pit without doing the on-off, which I think is always very neat. This second half is very much inspired by Clapper's Cavern, in that it has parts where you hit a switch and then you run across some areas that are going to be, you know, dangerous while the thing is not in play. As far as the blue plat stuff goes, it's not really a precision level in a lot of the ways blue plat levels are, but it still uses them, I think, in interesting ways that are cool. Try to use things in interesting ways, and, you know, keep things interesting. We'll just go for the, you know, any percent ending. You know, not the flagpole topper. One more. And then we'll end out and wrap this up. Get like a blue plat style level where you're like, you know, doing more type precision type stuff. There's not many blue plats in the second half of Koopaverse 5 near Dune Nebula. But let's do... I'll tell you what, we've been doing a bunch of this. Let's do the first half of this level, and we'll leave the last half as an exercise for the viewer. Or as, like, you know, if you've seen any number of other streams I've done, I've shown this level up before. It's sort of the penultimate boss fight, the main boss fight of my super world, where it has just a regular level before the boss fight, where you can fight, you know, these Koopalings one after another in a pretty fun fashion, I think. Just give me one more second. Here's the blue platform part. Oh, look at that. Isn't that nice? We didn't kill that one guy, but it's fine, whatever. We gotta go. Anyway, you go on here, you fight a Bowser by going left and right, and going down level by level, and then there's a whole part at the end where you fight him all big style, and you actually kill him. Kind of inspired by Baron K. Rulenstein, but let's go to the final levels. It's time to close the queue. Ignore what the bot says. Close the queue, please. Okay. Last call is over. Let's get these last levels up and play them. And then we'll end, and hopefully at some point I'll figure out what the fuck is going on with those, with the, you know, with the, DisplayPort cables. First up is Lion. Lion is good for it. Has been, you know, chatting a little bit, but, you know, was first in the queue while the queue was empty. So I do believe that, you know, is as good as you can get to get it being good for it. You know, it's just on account of me stalling for time. I can read off my phone while it's doing a thing. It's doing a thing now if it's not clear. If you're not noticing, you know. Probably chugging. Windows, whenever it changes the fucking inputs, it like shits a brick. Why does it shit a brick? Why does it shit a brick? Why is it such a big deal to move from 2 monitors to 1? Why is it such a big deal that it has to shit its pants? I ask you. Shit. Over to the monitor that needs... Get the fucking goddamn it! Right as I was fucking moving the shit over, it fucking does it again! It's coming back. Now. God damn it! Very least it didn't move my chat or my other thing this time. Oh my god. Aerial vines, short Kaizo light, let's do it. Fucking fuck. This is, by the way, still the lightning round, so that's sort of the gimmick we do on this channel. I only have 5 tries to do it, and well, this doesn't seem all that hard. I think I should be able to do it. I mean, we're making great progress. How long's the level? I will ask. 18 seconds, yeah, I think. In good shape here. Good level. I'll say, hey. I'm a little bit thrown by these technical issues, but let it, you know, let it be known that the levels have nothing to do with it. The levels are innocent. The levels are innocent is a good name for a stream. The levels are innocent. We'll see, Junkrat main. It's very possible. We're on our last try. Something got screwed up there. That was so close. It wasn't that close, but nearly got it. We need to keep moving. Thank you for the level. Let's get the last one up. I see, Proud Junkrat main in chat is good for it. Is ready. Let's do it. And hopefully nothing gets screwy. By the time we're finishing this off. Knock on wood. 8TS 8DG. You know, it's either that the ports are bad or this daisy chain setup that I have is bad. And maybe the daisy chain setup is bad. With my last PC, it only had one display port, so I needed to have a daisy chain setup. Maybe now that I have 4 ports, including 1 HDMI and 3 display ports, maybe now I should arrange them so that they're like, you know, some of them are using separate ports. And that would help, you know, make it so that when one fails, the other ones don't fail as well. And it's not a huge, to do. Let's do speedrun. It's really high. If you die, skill issue. Yeah, well. We'll see about that. What? You're not wrong. You're right, huh? This is the kind of level where, you don't beat it in, You don't beat a level like this in, I don't know how many tries. But also, wow, I am just jumping right into cannonballs. It's late. I haven't been, you know, I haven't been staying up that late recently. Oh, also, if you don't go under while you have the chance, you're boned. You're boned. Unless we can slip through this. Hang on. It's possible that was possible. But we didn't do it. Lightning round, that's how it is, you know. I think that was funny. And if it's funny, well, that's good enough for now. I will say, oh, it is now time to dismiss and say, like, hey, we got through all the levels tonight. There were a fucking lot of them. The stream is now ending. Oh, wow, we went a lot later than normal on that. That'll be like a 5-hour VOD after the whole half-hour of technical issues up top. Some technical issues today, between the microphone not working and me having to switch it out real fast up top. It may have not have been a troll level, I know, right? Think you might have been the first troll level of the night, despite, you know, it being such a long stream. And the monitor stuff. But hey, talked about a lot of anime, did some awards, and all that went pretty swimmingly. I'm still overall pretty pleased with how this has gone, and I can't wait to get this fucking shit working in a consistent way that it doesn't cause problems. Let me pull up the schedule and talk about what's on it. I'm going to be back on Monday. You know, I know that I'm doing my first day on the new job on Monday, but I figure that I should be able to do a stream. I don't think I'll be that tired. I'm hoping it'll be a relatively light day where I'll be just basically meeting the people, meeting the teammates. And given that, I'm going to be happy just rolling right into a Skyward Sword HD playthrough starting Monday. That'll be fun, ideally. Thursday will be a variety night, at least for next week. I'm thinking after next week, taking it easy for a while on Thursday streams on account of the new job while I, work a hybrid schedule. I'm not sure like how that'll feel with 3 streams a week, so probably we will moving down to Thursday. See you later, Proud Junkrat. Maybe moving down to 2, but for next week, I'm gonna do a stream where I check out and play through, presumably, BKPC and BKPC2, 2 very obscure indie fan games of Banjo-Kazooie from like the year 2000 roundabouts. They're like pretty low. They're like Flash games that are bigger than they should be. Is what I would describe them as. Game Maker games that are bigger than they should be. Quite the thing. I hope y'all can hear me. And of course, on Fridays, we'll be doing viewer levels. I believe that Friday will always be a work from home day, so I don't think it'll ever be a problem. And, I should be able to do 6 p.m. going forward for that, just as I've done for, since time immemorial on this channel. Expect that to continue. Expect me to do that next week as normal. I feel like I'm losing my voice a little bit as well right now. It's getting a little rough, I feel like. I'll be back next week with those 3 streams. After that, probably going down to 2. Just the Skyward Sword on Monday and the Mario Maker on Friday. Skyward Sword might be on a different day if it turns out that's better for the hybrid schedule. Like, say, if I'm working remotely on Tuesday, maybe I'll do it on Tuesday, so it's a little bit less of a to get home in time to do the stream. But I think Monday will be fine with an 8 p.m. stream. I mean, that gives me 3 hours to get home. That's pretty generous, and to set up cards and stuff. I think that seems pretty reasonable. Anyway, I'm gonna let y'all go. I'm gonna send y'all. Let me go ahead and see who's online and who I can send you to. Some people are streaming. Let's see now. There's a bunch of them. Who's good to send y'all to? Looking through my list. I'm gonna go with Neptune Neon is playing some Mario Kart. Sure, why not? Neptune Neon, cool dude. That seems fine with me. That's a good choice for a raid. I'm gonna send y'all over there. Y'all take it easy. I will see you on Monday for Skyward Sword. I hope to have this fucking flickering issue taken care of by then. Wasn't an issue until tonight. Maybe restarting will fix it. I don't know. And also I hope that this microphone starts working. Maybe I'll just replace it. Ugh. Whatever. I'll see you next Monday. Thursday for BKPC 1 and 2. And if you're looking for viewer levels, that will always be on Fridays. I will see y'all then.